Good morning, race fans, and welcome to Seattle, Washington, and specifically Lake Washington, the scene of the 2025 Apollo Mechanical Cup at Seafair. My name is Brad Luce, and we are getting ready for a big day of racing here on Lake Washington. It is day 2 of 3, and today we are going to feature the H1 Unlimited Hydroplanes, the fastest race boats in the world. And as a matter of fact, we already have one of our H1 Unlimited Hydroplanes on the water as we just began our qualifying session here for this year's Apollo Mechanical Cup. And our first boat on the water is the U-12, the Graham Trucking. The boat is driven by Jeff Bernard, and those of you who follow our sport closely, you remember that Jeff had some tough truck with this boat in the Tri-Cities last week. They threw a blade on the propeller and caused extensive damage to the back of the boat on the bottom. They have made those repairs. They have been inspected, and Jeff Bernard, I believe, just completed a 3-lap qualification run around our 2-mile Ted Jones race course. It's the Apollo Mechanical Cup at Seafair. We are in Seattle, as I said on the opening. It is a tradition here in Seattle that began back in 1951. 51 was the first year we had unlimited hydroplanes as part of Seafair. Seafair itself actually began in 1950. Either way, it is a long-standing tradition. We have some of our greatest fans here in the Pacific Northwest. Many of our race teams are based here. Many of our big sponsors are based here in the Northwest. So this is a crown jewel on the H1 Unlimited circuit, and everybody wants to do well. Jeff Bernard coming across start-finish line there. He will head back down toward the Stan Sayers Memorial Pits. His qualification effort in the books. I do not yet have a speed for him. I will get it shortly and pass it along. Next up on our qualifying ladder will be the U-21, the Spirit of America hydroplane. They will be out on the water. And we need to talk about qualifying a little bit because our qualifying procedure today is going to be a little different than it has been. And typically our boats get 2 opportunities to come out and qualify, and when they do, they have to put 3 consecutive laps together, one of which has to be in excess of 130 miles per hour to qualify. And then they get 2 opportunities to come out and increase or better their qualification speed. So they get 2 runs at it, one qualifying, and then they get a second step to improve that if they choose to do so. Going to be a little bit different, and we have a speed on Jeff Bernard there at 149.074. That would be his quick lap, so thank you very much there on the tower. 149.074 miles per hour for Jeff Bernard in the Graham Trucking. Now, I mentioned the sequence or the qualification procedure today would be a little bit different, and that is because of time constraints. And we all know how the air show works in Seattle, and that air show schedule is solid as a rock, and it can't move. So we have to work around that schedule. There is concern that we may not have enough time here this morning to allow all of our H1 Unlimiteds 2 opportunities to come out on the water. Therefore, what we have done is we've changed the qualification rules such that every boat will be given only a single chance to come out and qualify. 1 shot at it. Jeff Bernard just had his. And in addition to that, we have waived the 3-lap requirement. So a boat may come out on the race course, run 1 lap. If it is north of 130 miles per hour, they will be considered qualified, and they will not have a second opportunity to come out. Every boat's only going to get 1 shot at it. So Jeff's already had his. He's already turned it in. It was at 149 miles per hour. Stepping back to just a more commentary on Jeff's run, 149, a darn good time. I think they have to be very happy with that as you look at Jeff Bernard walking off the dock down there in the pit area. And now we have the speed on the screen, 149.074 miles per hour. Next up on our list should be Gunnar O'Farrell in the U-21, the Spirit of America. For those of you who may have been with us last week, but not with us yesterday. We made the comment, and there is Gunnar coming away from the dock in the Go Fast Turn Left racing entry. Spirit of America. The boat looks different than it did a week ago. If you saw it last week and weren't with us yesterday, you remember the boat as being predominantly white last weekend at the APBA Gold Cup in the Tri-Cities. That was because they were unable to get the boat wrapped in time. They didn't get the colors and the wrap they wanted in time, so they had to run the boat basic white. They've got the time now, got the wrap. It is on the boat. It looks great on the water. It's got a gold deck, and of course, with a name like Spirit of America, it is running with a lot of red, white, and blue. I am going to step up to the front, and where I can make sure I get speeds for you, our fans. Stay with us. We're qualifying here. It is the Apollo Mechanical Cup at Seafair, and don't go away because everybody's going to come out and run. And here comes Gunnar O'Farrell. He will come down. They will put him on the clock right now, and again, he can run 3 laps if he would like. We would take his fastest lap, and that would be his qualification attempt. If he wants to run just a single lap, he may do that as well and still be legally qualified. We mentioned Jeff Bernard's speed at 149.074. That is unofficial, but it's unofficial only from the standpoint he has yet to go through tech inspection. That requirement has not been waived, despite maybe some different ways we're looking at the qualification procedure today due to time constraints. So top end of the race course as I look at the monitor here. Here comes Gunnar O'Farrell off the top end. He'll come down. Now we'll get our first indication if he wants to run 1 or 3, I would assume. And he's still running hard down toward the bottom end of the race course, so I'm going to assume he will indeed run another lap. He can run all 3 if he wants. That's what we saw Jeff Bernard do. We'll see what Gunnar wants to do as we get a speed from him from 139.689, 0.689 miles per hour, so a good speed there for Gunnar. Clearly that would put him in the show. And as we spoke yesterday, Gunnar just had an outstanding weekend in the Tri-Cities last weekend. He was very quietly running on the outside in all of his heats and scoring points. He just kept putting second place finishes with third place finishes, grabbed another second place. He had a lot of points and he was strong going into the final. As Gunnar puts the second of 3 laps in the book, maybe this one will be a little bit quicker, and it is 140 miles per hour, 140.200. Gunnar's line on that second lap was a little bit tighter than it was on the first one, and both of the laps have been much tighter than he was running yesterday and also last week in the Tri-Cities. He seemed to be very comfortable staying to the outside, which tends to understate his speed a bit because it's a 2-mile race course and we're timing him on a 2-mile race course, but he was running much wider last week, and that was tending to understate his speed. The boat looks really good. They've got some air underneath it, and there's 3 up and 3 down for Gunnar O'Farrell in the Go Fast Turn Left racing entry. The Miss Spirit of America, the U-21, red, white, and blue. And how about that? A 141.487 miles per hour. 141, red, white, and 487 for Gunnar O'Farrell in the U-21, the Spirit of America. Good run for Gunnar. I'm sure they will be happy with that. Next up on our ladder will be the U-11, and that will be the Miss FLAV-R-PAC entry from Scott and Shannon Rainey. They will be out on the water next, or at least it will be their opportunity, but you don't want to miss an opportunity, Shannon, right now, because you only get 1 shot at it. You're only going to get 1 shot to be out and qualify. Make sure you are ready to go when they call your number, and you're looking right now at the back of the U-11, the Miss FLAV-R-PAC. They have not yet closed the lid on Jamie Nielsen, but he will be next out on the race course as Gunnar O'Farrell heads back toward the Stansairs pit area. And yes, we have some time constraints, and that's why we're changing our qualifying procedure here a little bit today. But there is a timing piece to this qualification session here. Once a boat returns to the pit area, the next boat has 5 minutes. 5 minutes to get out on the water. You can't sit there and just wait for clean water or for the boat prior to you to have that whole wake go away and have better water conditions. You got 5 minutes to get out on the water. Great shot there as you see Gunnar come back to the dock and pop the lid on that Better Water One Spirit of America. You see the emblems on the fairing there on the left side of the screen. It's on the right fairing. See those circular emblems there. Those are for each branch of our military. And this boat is a salute to our military service men and women around the world, to whom we thank all of them for their service to this great country of ours. As Gunnar comes back to the dock, and again, I think they have to be very pleased. There is Bartels there on the left. She gets on the boat as Gunnar steps out. Gunnar O'Farrell, driver of the U-21. And looks like I see a bit of a smile on the face there of Gunnar. Yeah, he's always smiling, but then Gunnar's always smiling. That's what he does. He's a happy guy, and he's happier when he is behind the wheel of an unlimited hydroplane. Check that. He's happy when he's behind the wheel of any hydroplane. He's one of these guys that just loves to drive. He loves to race. His fiance, Marina Bartels, does the same thing. I was talking to him in San Diego last year and trying to figure out when they were going to get married. And he says as soon as we can find a weekend when there's no boat race that we have to attend, that's what they do. So Gunnar O'Farrell been slowly getting more and more experience behind the wheel of an H1 Unlimited. Began a few years ago with a boat that the Go Fast Turn Left racing team, his family, third generation of, actually a fourth generation, Gunnar is of that family. It's a family-run operation. They run it very, very well. And we are glad on Lake Washington for the Apollo Mechanical Cup at Seafair, the 2025 version. As you look at the tail end there and the tail feathers of the Miss FLAV-R-PAC, the U11, Jamie Nielsen. Jamie has had a very good season so far. We didn't get the race, as everybody knows, in Gunnersville, Alabama. We went to Madison, and these guys found themselves on the podium in third place. They then went to the Tri-Cities last week for the APBA Gold Cup, and lo and behold, when the dust all settled, they were on the podium again, this time in second place. Is that top perch going to be theirs, maybe at the Apollo Mechanical Cup here at the Seattle Seafair? That would be a huge story. So we'll see how the U11 team wants to play this here. Jamie is at the top end of the race course. He just went past the entrance pin there. You see the I-90 famous floating bridge in the background as Jamie comes off the top end of the course. And he will come down now, and we will put him on the clock. Jamie Nielsen in the U11, the Miss FLAV-R-PAC, flying about as he comes down the front straightaway, and he is on the clock right now. You saw him go by those two great big white buoys. We'll watch Jamie there as he goes through the bottom end of the race course. Again, he has the option to run 1 lap, 2 laps, or all 3. But this is going to be his only shot to qualify. You see in the background there of Jamie, you see the boats there that are tied up to the famous Lake Washington log boom, and it is beginning to fill in. I would expect by the end of the day, it will be jammed with boats from one end to the other. It is a famous part and an integral part, if you will, of the Seattle Seafair. Here comes Jamie off the top end of the race course, looking for his first lap speed. That will be certainly a successful qualification attempt, assuming he could clear tech inspection, and it looks as though Jamie's going to keep his foot on it and run at least one more lap. Again, he only has to run the one. He could come back in now, and he turned that lap at 141.487. 141.487. So he's knocking. Oh, excuse me, I read the wrong number there. They had him in the other order. That was Gunnar O'Farrell's number there. So Jamie Nielsen's number So Jamie Nielsen now sits at 142.979. And you notice that the U12, Jeff Bernard and the Graham Trucking has fallen off of our qualification ladder there. That is apparently they have failed. They have failed the tech truck, and apparently it was a fuel flow violation. A fuel flow violation on the U12 has cost them their qualifying time that they had posted earlier. Now again, Jeff is not going to have a second opportunity to come out and lay down a time that will be recorded, but he will be able to receive a commissioner's option and still be able to run in the Apollo Mechanical Cup at Seafair. So don't fret about that. He's just not going to get any points for qualifying. But being as this is their second race of the season, they will still be okay because they're not in the national high points chases. Jamie Nielsen puts his third cup at Seafair. So don't fret about that. He's just not going to get any points for qualifying. Race of the season, they will still his third lap in the book. 143.870 was the quick one before. We'll see what lap 3 looks like. And he increased it again, 145.410. So a good run there. I think those speeds were in line, perhaps just a little bit quicker than they ran yesterday during testing. So U11, Jamie Nielsen, with a successful qualification run pending technical inspection. He sits atop our qualifying ladder. Gunnar O'Farrell, number 2, he is sitting at 141.487. Jamie comes across the start-finish line, and our qualifying order is determined by our national high points, and we have all our national high points laid out, and we go in inverse order. So the lowest boat in national high points for 2025 is the U12, the Graham Trucking. Thus, they were the first boat to come out on the water, and they are then followed by other boats in an inverse order. So we slowly work our way toward the top of our national high points, and sitting on top of our national high points is the U9, the Beacon Plumbing, and Cory Peabody. They will be the last boat with an opportunity to come out and qualify. You're staring down the barrel there of the U27 of Miss Apollo. Dave Vilwok, the winningest driver in the history of H1 Unlimited hydroplane racing, is sitting in that cockpit. He has 68 wins to his credit. A week ago, he had 67 wins to his credit, but a great victory on the Columbia River in the APBA Gold Cup last weekend kicked him up to 68. It also gave him 11 Gold Cup wins, which tied him at the top of the heap with a man he worked very closely with for many years, and a man who is here today, Chip Hanauer. He too has 11 Gold Cups. The man there on the right in that, Taylor Evans, and there's Taylor there on the right side of the boat. Taylor is the young crew chief for the Miss Apollo. Taylor got his first win as a crew chief in the H1 Unlimited category. He's been around the sport for many, many years, and it was quite a moment for him as he drove home, as he lives here on the western side of the state, as he drove home from the Tri-Cities on Monday morning following their big win on Sunday. He found congratulatory notes on his front door. He had congrats on a Gold Cup hanging over the garage, and there was a lot of people that were happy and excited for young Taylor Evans to, as a crew chief, claim his first Gold Cup victory. So we are waiting to see who will be out next, and it appears as though Dave is next on the ladder. Dave will come out in the U-27. He has 2,319 national high points to his name, and then he will be followed by Andrew Tate in the U-91. Then it'll be J. Michael Kelly in the U-8. And then we'll top it off with our national high points leader right now. That will be Cory Peabody in the U-9, the Beacon Plumbing. So Dave Vilwok sitting at the dock here. On Super Dave, he will be away shortly. A big story involving Dave Vilwok. A number of months ago, we learned that Dave Vilwok in the powerboat class of the Motorsports Hall of Fame of America will induct Dave Vilwok into their organization. That will happen next spring. It's going to be a very, very big moment, I'm sure, for Dave. And it really makes our sport relevant. But before we get into that, I want to welcome to the broadcast here Mr. Brent Hall sitting alongside me. Brent, good morning, young man.
Good morning. Good to see you.
Yeah, it's good to see you. It's good to have you here and join me. People are getting tired of hearing my voice. We need another one out here.
No, never get tired of Brent. I'm so excited to be here with you. We're going to have another fun day.
We are going to have a fun day. We had a good day of testing yesterday. There's Mr. Hall. You can say hi to your favorite co-host over here. This guy's amazing, and it's good to have him here with us. So we're in the middle of our qualifying,
yes,
and our qualifying is definitely different today. It's different because of time constraints, and I was explaining it to our fans that the boats are only going to get one opportunity to come out and qualify. And I'm just now being advised that apparently Gunnar O'Farrell in the Spirit of America fell victim to a N2 violation. He too has failed the tech truck.
Okay.
So right now our top qualifier pending tech is the U11 and Jamie Nielsen. And he's got a speed of 145.410. But now out yesterday, the boat was really, really quick. We know it was quick last weekend in the Tri-Cities. What do you think? Can he back up that Gold Cup victory? Could he claim another one here on Lake Washington?
You know, Dave always has something in his back pocket, so I'm just kind of waiting to see what that is. We've been waiting for it for a while, and he decided to pull it out for the Gold Cup, and I think he still has a bag of tricks, so we'll wait and see. Whoa, we got really light.
He really
do. Otherwise, the skid pin's not going to help you.
It's not going to. He was able to get it back down.
That got our attention.
Certainly, top end of the scores here for Dave Vilwok in the U-27, the Miss Apollo. Of course, he'd be just a monster if he could pull off a win here. Driving Miss Apollo at the Apollo Mechanical Cup at Seafair, it'd be pretty exciting for Bruce Ratchford too, I assume.
Yeah, boy, it was fun to talk to Bruce and just hear his insight. He is so excited about the team, but how everyone's coming together. That's two teams with a lot of great personalities, a lot of talent, but they're really working together as one, and that's what you want to see. So I wouldn't be surprised if one of those Ratchford boats does really well. I'll just say that.
How about lap number one, 148.883 miles per hour. On lap number one, Dave is deciding that he's going to run a second and maybe a third lap, and that's part of this new qualification procedure today because of our time constraints. You're only going to get one shot at it. So this is it. This is their qualifying run a la the Grand Prix class, and you don't even have to run all three laps. You can run a single lap if you want, and we're doing that because of time constraints. And I'm just going to throw this in before I kick it back to you. He flew the boat again at the bottom end of the race course as he set it up for that turn one. Let's watch him again. And definitely better this time.
Yeah, it's really interesting. It's not super windy, so it just he's really trying to get as much out of the boat as he can. And we were sitting in one of the Grand Prix boats, and I was showing Nick how the canard works. And as you're coming to the middle of the straightaway, that's the time that you start putting in just a little bit of downforce with the canard wing. And, you know, Dave was flying it there pretty good, and it got up. But, you know, as a great veteran, he pulled it right back down.
And something we spoke about yesterday, when you do pull it back down, you don't want to stand on that canard.
That's right.
You don't want to slam it back down on the water because then it's going to react.
Dave is one for saying that every time the sponson hits the water, like you're watching him dance back and forth, it's great.
About yesterday, when you do pull it back down, you don't want to stand on that canard.
That's right.
You don't want to slam it back down on the water because then it's going to react.
Dave is one for saying that every time the sponson hits the water, like you're watching him dance back and forth, it's scrubbing off just a little speed. So his whole goal is to have the boat raise up and just the prop and very light touches with the sponson, and that's when you'll get full speed.
He's sniffing 150, but he's going to be just a tick short, 149.703. 49.703, which will put him at the top of the ladder for now. At 145. Just to keep it in perspective, yesterday we had 3 boats that were turning testing laps, again just testing, but they were turning testing laps north of 150. We had a 158 mile per hour lap out of Andrew Tate in the U91, the Goodman real estate, and that speed cleared.
Okay,
that was quick.
I heard you saying, was that real?
I kept questioning it. I went back and watched it last night, and I was going, I've got to get with the stat man because. And Nick had actually gone back and retimed it on the monitor and said, yep, it was good, and it cleared the tech truck. So 158. It did send me back to the record book, which is right over there, my little binder, and I was looking for a 2-mile qualification record on Lake Washington, and I found Andrew Tate's time from 2 years ago when it was a Gold Cup. And of course then you have to run 2 laps and you average the speed, but his 2-lap was a sorts 154, and so he cranked a lap at 158. I think he's a little frustrated after last weekend. I think he's serious about this one in Seattle.
Yeah, he might try and lay the smackdown down. He looks very focused. I got a dap from him, but that was it. So he's not talking much. I think he's just going to do all his talking out there. Nothing wrong with that.
I think so, and that's where the talking counts. But I don't want to let any secrets out about where I might be going on my pick the prop
hey,
this
you know
week.
what? When you're last, you get to pick first. And so I got to pick first. And
have you already made your selection?
You bet I have.
Is that your selection
and
right
you bet
there on
it
this?
is.
Nobody said the guy was.
Well,
so,
I'm still last. Something's not jiving, but I was so excited for Brandon Kennedy. I took the undercard route.
I liked it.
And Brandon, I love you, man. And a little catch up. We'll get there.
However, in my second choice, and I picked second today, and that would be because I'm in second place.
Well,
and very close.
Oh,
anyway,
did you rub that in?
I just did.
Okay.
Did you feel that one on your shoulder there?
I did. Hotel rooms and gas stations and all that. Don't.
Okay, even.
Okay, all right. I thought you'd stop there.
I did. I did indeed. However, in our second choice in Pick the Prop, we can pick any boat that we want, even if somebody else has chosen it, although we can't pick the same boat twice during the season. I have not yet chosen the 91. I've still got the 91 and the 8 hanging out there that I haven't touched. Now, the 8 is interesting because that is the Beacon Electric with J. Michael Kelly.
Yeah.
He's won 4 straight races here on Lake Washington. Only Muncie did it, 77 to 80. Could he win his 5th?
He could. You know, I was talking to J. Michael yesterday, and he definitely has that pressure, but at the same time, he reacts well under pressure.
He does. He reacts that's really well put because when you think about it, he does, and he does so well on this race course that's a little smaller course. He doesn't have the boat speed these other guys do. Everybody knows it. He's never been the top qualifier in an H1 Unlimited event. He said many times, just once. Just once, I'd like to look at the qualifying ladder and see my name at the top.
He just has to win it the hard way.
He wins it the hard way, but boy, if he gets a good start here, and he is on an inside lane, and especially if he is on the inside lane, he's tough.
He is tough. Boy, J. Michael is all gut. You know, I tell you that he can fly a boat. I was asking him about the last time he won at Seafair, and, man, he just did not want to let that position go. He had lane 1. He was going to make sure he kept it and do everything he could to keep the boat on the water and win that race.
Super Dave Vilwok there. You saw him on the monitor at the back of the boat as the Apollo is now back to the dock. Dave will be our, you know, we're talked about the Motorsports Hall of Fame of America as Dave walks off the dock. And
there's our Gold Cup crew chief there. We need to talk to him. We need to talk to him.
We do.
Yes.
Number one, he is a really sharp guy. He's been around the sport for many, many
He is. He is. And boy, Rachel, his wife, is so proud. We got a chance to talk to her in the pits, and you know, she's a proud Gold Cup crew chief wife, and that goes a lot with that too. We're getting some signals, so
we
we'll
are.
figure that out.
Did the 11? Oh, it is the 11 up there. I see
Okay.
it. The 11 cleared. 11 has cleared tech inspection.
Yep.
The 11 has cleared. So
I don't know.
that speed of 145.410 is good, and
the stat man's testing us a little bit. You know, he's trying to give us signals, but maybe we need a little bit more coffee.
No, we got it here.
Okay.
He got it. He caught on to what I needed there. Thank you very much. The stat man does just about everything. I think we could, if we work on this, we could probably order a pizza with just hand signals, and he'd probably go get it for us.
Oh, the Superman came out.
Away from the dock, the U-91, the Goodman Real Estate. Boy, tough.
Yeah.
Last weekend in the Tri-City High Points leader, and they walked out of town in third place.
I don't think anyone would ever expected that boat would be the trailer.
And by hour, and we ran the extra set of preliminary heats, so we had 4.
That's what's so interesting about our sport. You never know who's going to win, and you may have the pick 'em, which I did, and you know, sometimes it doesn't work out that way. But boy, Andrew, you know, he's been doing his studying in the tech truck, and I think we'll see another really strong set of laps here.
Yeah, I'm thinking the 150 barrier is about to fall. It's going to fall in about a minute and 20 seconds here. Here comes Andrew off the top end of the course. This boat just looks to me, I say this all the time, it just looks like it pushes so easy through the water, and he is on the clock.
Wow. Yeah, and remember we were talking about just the attitude of the boat. I mean, there's not a lot of rocking around. He's just dead set on a flat plane. That's what you want.
That's what you want. Now, as he goes up the backstretch and he gets about halfway up, you're going to see the boats on the log boom come into play. Just watch how fast he is passing by these boats. About now, he gets into where more of the boats are. Okay, now, look how quick he's going by those things. The boat is just a rocket, and it has been right out of the box. When they launched that boat in 2018, it was quick. They tested it for the first time in the Tri-Cities. When they came to Seattle a week later, it was their hull of choice, and they raced it ever since. Here it comes. Goodman Real Estate, U-91, barely touching the water. You can look right underneath the boat. On the right side, you can see the skid fin over there on the other side.
Yeah.
What do we got? We got a 150 plus. How about a 153.898? 153.898 miles per hour. And just like our other boats have, Brent, he is going to keep going here and run a second and maybe a third lap. He does not have to, but he's going to
build on this. You watch.
Yeah, we see this all the time. Lap one is the slow one of the three. So here comes Andrew, and you talked about water conditions right now are just absolutely perfect. Absolutely perfect. And look at him just fly the boat. Look right underneath it. You'll see the skid fin on the left side there. If you look underneath there, thank you, Andrew, for showing it to us.
Pretty boat ride.
Don't need to go any higher for me. Thank you. 2 laps in the books. He stepped it up. How about that? 155.239 miles per hour. 155.239. We've only had one boat clear tech inspection so far. That was Jamie Nielsen in the U11. His lap of 145. Vilwok's box, I'm sure, is in the truck now. Seth Partial will take a look at that. And Nick Kish will give us thumbs up as soon as we have it. And here comes Andrew. Like I said, he turned a 154.9. 155.349. Got to be
every time,
They've got to be happy with it. It's going to be fun now to watch. We've got J. Michael Kelly to come up next, and then it's Cory Peabody. Cory Peabody turned some laps yesterday north of 155 miles an hour.
Yep.
And there won't be any gamesmanship about, oh, you just knocked down my time, so I got to go out and go faster. You only get the one shot today, a little bit different. But that's an impressive speed there of 155.349 miles per.
Yep. Now it looks like Andrew's either coming in or going to do some timing marks, but yeah, man, I think he's on his way in.
He's going to have to come in because this is qualifying, and if there is some time left on the clock, and up in the upper left corner, it will show you how much time is left. I think we're just a little over an hour here. And
marks, but yeah, man, I think he's on his way in.
He's going to have to come in because this is qualifying, and if there is some time left on the clock, and up in the upper left corner, it will show you how much time is. Hour and 5 minutes left. And maybe this gives us an opportunity while we await the arrival of J. Michael Kelly to take a look at our national high points here. And we're qualifying in inverse order of our national high points. But let's take a look at them from top to bottom because that's a little bit easier sometimes. Our number one boat in national high points of the U9, Beacon Plumbing, Cory Peabody, 2,809 points. He didn't win the APBA Gold Cup last weekend.
Won a lot of points.
He put a lot of points up.
Yes, he did.
Second fastest qualifier, that got him 80 points, second only to the boat on the screen there, Andrew Tate, who picked up the 100. But after that, it was a first place victory, followed by a first place, followed by a first place, followed by a first place.
I don't know why they didn't get me out of last place. I had him as my second pick. That doesn't make sense. I got to check those numbers. I'm not sure.
Talk with the Kish
man. I think he, although he's second to last, so probably he's not cooking the books, I don't think.
I don't think he is either. And Cory Peabody won the final heat, as we're being told, thanks to Nick Kish, that they too have cleared tech inspection, that being the U27 and Dave Vilwok. So that 149.703 is going to stand good for them.
Yep.
And as we look at our list, Cory Peabody sitting atop now, he went into the Tri-Cities in third place.
Yeah.
And
what a swing.
Yes, I've said this about Cory so many times. 2 years in a row, he has finished in second place in national high points, and he makes no bones about the fact he does not like it.
If you keep saying second place next to his name, he is going to get really frustrated with you.
He's going to get very frustrated with you.
His teeth, yep.
He came up, I handed him the award for second place in national high points at the awards banquet, and he walked up, and the only thing he said into the microphone was, all of you who were here a year ago when I got this same award know how much I hate this.
Yeah.
And that's how he started his discussion. He doesn't like it, but if you're going to drive one of these things, if you're not competitive, you're in the wrong sport.
That's right. No, he is here to win. Wow, he made quite a swing after the Gold Cup and has a pretty sizable lead. And, we've only got Seattle and San Diego left. So.
That's it. There's only two more opportunities to get points here. Second place now in points is his teammate, J. Michael Kelly in the U8, the Beacon Electric. We've talked about him winning 4 times in a row here, the last 4 times on Lake Washington. I want to step back up to Cory Peabody.
Yeah.
He's had a tough time on this one. This is a tough course for him. I know he doesn't like to talk about it, but he's not listening, so we can get away with it.
He'll listen later.
He will listen later, and he hopes to do his talking later.
Yep.
So number one is Cory Peabody, U9 Beacon Plumbing, 2809 in the points. Second place, the U8 Beacon Electric, J. Michael Kelly, 2,456. Nipping on the heels. Right there in third place is Andrew Tate in the U91, the Goodman Real Estate, with 2,375 points.
I expect a strong comeback from Andrew. I really do. Again, like I saw him in the pits and I saw the team, they're very focused. You'll see them come hard.
And that would be in the U91, fourth place in our national high points, the boat that just cleared tech inspection after their qualification run of 149.703. That would be Dave Vilwok, U27, the Miss Apollo. Third is I'm reading the numbers upside down.
It's confusing.
So I'm gonna
nope.
So fifth in our national.
I got my hands out. If you need me to count, I got it. I got you.
I know you realize now people are watching the live stream going, could we find 2 announcers who can count to 7?
Well, yes.
Yeah.
With help.
With help. So anyway, fifth in our national high points is the U11, the Miss FLAV-R-PAC Jamie Nielsen with 2,275 in the points column. Sixth is Gunnar O'Farrell in the U21. That would be the Spirit of America. He's got 1,175. Rounding out our top 7 boats is the U12, the Graham Trucking Jeff Bernard, he has 490 points, and as we go down that ladder, J. Michael Kelly is out on the water. What do you look for here with J. Mike?
Yeah, you know, like you were saying, you know, he usually isn't our top qualifier, so it's never what he does in qualifying. It's always what he does in that final heat.
He, yep, he epitomizes that statement, really. He wants to have his best start. He wants to have his best run of the entire weekend about 4:30 on Sunday afternoon, and that's when they drag out that great big trophy, that famous Seattle Seafair trophy that dates back to 1951. And here comes Mike off the top end in a boat that was built in 2014 for the Elstrom family. Here comes Mike, flying the front end there a little bit. Keep it down on the water there, Mike, and he is across the line, and he is underway.
Everyone's getting pretty light in that front stretch, and I'm not seeing a ton of side rollers, so it's just they're flying the boat, and you know the temperature's a bit cooler this morning, so don't know how that's affecting the ride, but the air is denser, so it just seems like they're a little bit more active than normal.
They certainly are, and it seems to be down at the bottom end of the race course as they set up there for turn one. And, of course, way back in the day, we always talked about it, and that hasn't changed.
South turn.
Here in the Seattle. You've got that Genesee Gap. There's a big park here behind the pit area, and there is a little bit of a tunnel through there, if you will. And historically, there's been a breeze that comes across the race course from behind the pit area, and they call it the Genesee Gap. Here comes Mike with one in the books. He kind of floated the front end again, coming off the top end.
Now, one thing I'll notice that's a little different about the 8's ride this year, this race, is that he usually has that outside sponson hanging. And I know when we talked to Mike Campbell, that was one of the things I talked about in this boat in the off season. They've really been focused on balance and how to balance the boat. I will say it looks like he's running more uphill than he had been in the past. So that is just a difference that I've noticed in the boat ride here, Seattle versus Tri-Cities. But, you know, they're always changing things, trying different propellers, different gearbox combinations. So all that plays into just how the boat's going to ride on the water.
I am really, I think they're going to be very pleased as there he is picking up that right side again. But he is picking up the whole thing. That first lap, 150 miles per hour, 150.3. Careful of that thing, Mike. Sets it up at the bottom end of the race course, 149.9. So he dropped it down just a tick that time. We'll see what Mike decides to do here. He is going to run the third lap. And he is up the backstretch. So far, the quick one is 150.385. You know, he makes me nervous as heck when he picks up the front end like that, but that's just the way Mike runs
walking a little bit. Yeah, but it is a little different this time. So I'll have to ask him some questions. I did notice the outside sponson pick up just as he comes out of the corner, but then it seems like that outside sponson is staying a little bit more glued, which is nice to see. It just seems like he's got a little bit more of a balanced ride, but boy, he's flying it.
He is indeed flying it, and he'll pull his foot now as 3 up and 3 down for J. Michael Kelly.
What are you thinking?
I'm thinking he's got a 151. How about a 150.1? That's what I meant to say.
Brad, you were always on the money. Always on the money. I don't even try with you anymore. I just ask you, and then, okay, well, that's probably what it is.
Yeah, the blind squirrel thing. 150.143, so he'll take that first lap. 150.385 as the quick one, and that's going to put him, at least for the time being.
I don't even try with you anymore. I just ask you, and then, okay, well, that's probably what it is.
Yeah, the blind squirrel thing. 150.143, so he'll take that first lap. 150.385 as the quick one, and that's going to put him, at least for the time being, at number 2 on our qualifying ladder. And if Andrew's sitting there at 155 and Kelly's sitting at 150, trust me, J. Michael Kelly's in the neighborhood.
Oh, yeah. Nope. He just needs to be close.
He just needs to be close. This guy gets the most out of his boat, maybe more so than anybody, and I think he's going to give us a look-see. He went way wide off the top end of the race course. They did say at the drivers' meeting yesterday it was okay to go outside the insurance marker here at the start-finish line, so we'll see if Mike does. And I believe he's going to be inside, just inside the start-finish line buoy. A great look there at the U8, the Beacon Electric, one of the fan favorites here for sure. J. Michael Kelly.
Yeah, it's a really unique looking boat. I like the paint scheme. I know they've kind of adapted it over the years, but this one really pops.
It does. It looks great on the water. And now Mike is, what's he going to do? It looked like he made a left-hand turn there, and he might be yielding.
Another boat?
Well, the next boat out is his teammate, so they're pitted right next to each other. And no, there he goes. He's okay. He's going to be out of Cory Peabody's way. There you get the U12 Graham Trucking and Jeff Bernard.
You know, I think when the fans watch the drivers bring the boats in, they don't know all that goes into just even parking the boat. There's quite a bit, not quite like parking your Bayliner. I tell you what, that turbine keeps spooling, and you might come in hot some days. I've done it once, and yeah, it's once and came in a little too hot. But you really have to time it. Your crew is in your ear, talking you through. But obviously, Jay Michael's been doing it for years. But sometimes it takes a while for that turbine to spool down, and it's like, spool down, let's go. So, yeah. Too hot. But you really have to time it. Your crew is in your ear, talking. Jay Michael's been doing it for years, but sometimes it takes a while for that turbine to spool down, and it's like, spool down, let's go. So, yeah.
I would imagine there have been some nervous moments behind the wheel.
For everybody. I think everyone's done it once, but it's something, it's more than what it looks like.
We have at H1 Unlimited our own version of coming in hot.
Yeah, coming in hot is right. Yeah, yeah. Jacob Michael, you can see he did it just right.
We are just getting started here on day 2 of 3 at the Apollo Mechanical Cup at Seafair. I'm Brad Luce here with Brent Hall. We are right on the start-finish line tower. We are looking right down, and I do, looking at the start-finish line.
Yeah, no, it's clear.
I think you are right on it. I know I'm about a degree off of it, but that's where we are. We are on the west side of Lake Washington, looking straight across toward Mercer Island. A place you know well. That's home, right, originally?
That is. I can tell you, like, if you look right there, straight out in front of us, I know the camera can't see us, but straight in front of us is where our house was.
So you could see the race course?
We had a small view on a deck, and now there's like a $10 million mansion there. So it's not our house anymore, but you know what? I can say we lived there.
There you go. There you go. So a bird's eye view from this young man. How did all this get started for you?
Yeah.
Tell me the story while we got a minute.
I'll be happy to. So my mom, a huge fan, Annie Hall, she would have Seafair parties every year, and we'd invite our friends, our neighbors, you name it. I would run down to the 7-Eleven, get the Seafair magazine, check out who my favorite driver was, go to the Torchlight Parade, but we'd do that every summer. And that really just started it for me, but I never really thought that I'd get a chance to drive one. I just was a big fan. Raced radio controlled for years, and then I had the opportunity. Skip Young, he's here in the pits. He introduced me to Harold Mills. He said, hey, how would you like to meet Harold Mills, first African-American driver? And I was just blown away with the way he interacted. And I know we've got the Beacon coming up, so we're going to talk about the Beacon, but I'll finish my story. Yeah, that's a good one.
I want to hear the rest of your story, and I want you to tell me, though, quickly before we get Cory on the clock. Yeah. You mentioned you would get the Seafair magazine, and you would look and pick out your favorite drivers.
Yes.
And who were your favorite drivers back in the day?
Man, you know what? I was a big fan, and still am, of the FLAV-R-PAC turbine. Ooh. So John Walters, and I know he's here too, always have been a big fan of his. And I met him in an RC race. He said, well, are you winning with it? Because I had the FLAV-R-PAC turbine. And I said, yeah. And he's like, well, good for you.
There you go. There you go. John Walters, one of the truly great people within all of H1 Unlimited. As you look at Cory Peabody and the Beacon Plumbing, this could be a quick run.
Oh, yeah.
Look for him to, he's going to take a swing at that 155 because he knows he's sitting atop the national high points, but he knows right in that rear view mirror is Andrew Tate, and he is lurking. He'd like to send a message down to Andrew right now, early on Saturday morning. I'm here, I'm fast, and I'm coming. So you better keep an eye on me. You haven't got me covered yet. Walking the boat back and forth as he comes down to put it on the clock. It is Cory Peabody, driving the U9, the Beacon Plumbing.
He's pushing it hard, boy. The 9 has such a nice boat ride. You know, it's I know people always say it's the oldest boat, but the Campbell brothers have done so much to it, and obviously the entire Strong Racing crew. But that boat really handles, and he's airing it out a little more. Usually that boat's pretty pinned down, and we might see a really fast speed here. Whoa. Yeah.
Keep it down, Cory.
Yes.
As he goes in front of the log boom, and every time we put a boat in front of that log boom, we've got a few more boats tied up to it. Cory off the top end just like that, and he's going to come down a complete lap number 1 of 3 potential laps. He could stop right here.
Pretty light through the corner. He floated that one through, so I'll be interested to see the time.
And I'll tell you what, if it's north of 155.3, I wouldn't be at all surprised to see him shut it down. So let's see what happens if that's the case. Because if it were to be the top speed,
we're waiting.
Nobody else could go out and knock it down. So 152.223, thus he's still got his foot on it, so he is now the second fastest qualifier, but he's eyeing that 155.
Yeah, I think I was thinking it might be faster than that, so we'll see how this one goes. Boy, a nice, pretty rooster tail in the corner. That's one of the things you look for is, does the rooster tail, is it straight or does it have a lot of up and down? If it's a lot up and down, the boat's hopping.
Here he comes, Cory Peabody, completing lap number 2.
Yeah, a little bit more air for Cory.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Did he improve it? Did he improve it enough? Looking for a 155.3. I know that's what he is looking for. Andrew says just keep it under that 155.3. 152.6.
Okay.
Stepped it up, but only about just less than a half a mile an hour. So is he going to get to that 155? That's going to be a tall order right now, but he's flying a boat up the backstretch, front of a log boom. That was the entrance pin that just went by. He gets to the apex. That famous landmark, the I-90 floating bridge in the background. And here comes Cory Peabody. As I like to say, 3 up and 3 down. He's got him in the books. He will cross start finish line right about now. You see the big white buoys go by and he will pull his foot. Did he find enough?
Yeah, boy, it feels like he's going to be probably in that.
He doesn't want it 153 up a bit, but not enough to get a change in position. 153.652 miles per hour for Cory, and that is our run through our qualifying ladder. We have run all 7 boats. Everybody has run successfully on the water. Not everybody has been successful at the tech truck, but that's okay.
Yep.
We've got 7 boats that are up and running. We're going to have a good field here for the 2025 Apollo Mechanical Cup at Seafair. Now with 48 minutes, basically 49 minutes sitting on the clock for an open course here for H1 Unlimited. We will keep an eye on the pit area. We've got cameras down there. We've got ears down there, people talking to us. They'll let us know if perhaps some Grand Prix boats are being slipped into the water.
Yep.
Maybe some of our H1 boats want to come back out. But the qualifying session has ended.
Yes.
You don't get a second shot at it today because we just don't have enough time to guarantee everybody 2 runs. So the decision was made, you're going to get 1. And you don't even have to run all 3 laps, although everybody did. But
everyone did. You
have an opportunity to run, you're going to use it.
Yeah. You know, and again, I think you've talked about this before, but it's a pretty tight spread. You know, 11 miles per hour, or actually about 10 miles per hour difference. That's pretty impressive. All the boats are coming to run, and you get in the right lane at the right speed, you can shake things up.
Yeah, you really can, and we saw that last week, and I made the comment yesterday that we had some of the best racing in the Tri-Cities that I have seen in a long time. It just seems like every heat you got boats deck to deck and side by side, and I've always been one who made the comment, it doesn't make any difference how fast they're going. Put a couple of boats side by side, it's fun to watch.
It sure is, yeah. Side by side means everything, and we're starting to see a lot of that. And I hope the fans are enjoying it too. So always great to spend time with you, and hope the fans are kind of enjoying the insight, but a lot more racing to come for sure.
Yes, and you're not going away. We're not throwing you out of here just yet.
I'm not sure what I'm doing. You know, I got my little scooter over there. I may have to go back to the pits, but we'll figure it out.
So we are just being told now, and there it shows up on the screen. We have the U12, the Graham Trucking is going to come out. And the qualifying is done. We're going to leave the pylon up on the screen, but those are qualifying speeds, and those will not change because this is pure testing now between now and, I don't have my clock in front of me, about another 40-some minutes, 46 minutes.
Yep.
So there's a good look at the Graham Trucking. Not sure which of our camera people are down there. Maybe that's Mickey Washburn there, but it's a good look right there.
It's a great look. It's a great look. Yeah. You know, it was interesting. I got a chance to chat with Jeff yesterday, and just I know he's anxious to get the boat on the water. I think he said since Monday, has been working on the boat and the damage that happened in Tri-Cities. And obviously they really want to make sure to test things out. And some are saying that the work that they did, it's better than it was before. So excited to see how the boat runs. And I know Jeff is too. Doing a little double duty as always, but yeah, he'll be ready.
He will be ready, and I know they're looking at everything they're doing right now with a long-term view.
Yep.
They really repaired the boat, as they said, the right way. There was a lot of repairs that have been made quickly because maybe they had a race coming in another week, and they finally had that whole right side off of that boat, and they went in and really cleaned up a lot of repair work that had been done over the years, and the boat is in as good a shape now as it has been for a long, long time. But I mentioned the long-term view. There's talk I'm hearing out of that camp. They want to run this thing next year, and they want to go to full circuit with it, and we would love to have them come do that. But this boat, as you know, it's the former T6 Miss Budweiser.
Fast boat.
When it's right, it's really right, and it can run with anybody.
It is. Speaking of running, I saw Rob Graham in the pits today. He looked like he was in fighting shape. Looking good.
He did. He looked very good this
big
morning.
Smile. He's like, hey, got to go. But, yeah, Rob Graham is back, and it was great to see him in the pits and came and shook all of our hands. He's ready to go.
As good as he looked in the pit area this morning, I like his boat better. And I'd be the first to tell him that because I like his boat being in here.
Yes.
I had a smile yesterday morning when somebody said, do you see the 12s here? And I had kind of missed it when I walked by, but it's good to have them here. They worked hard to get here, and they worked really hard to get to the Tri-Cities. Talking with Jeff along the way, he says, yeah, we're trying to get there.
Yeah.
Well, they made it, and then they had the damage, and now they're back here. I hope they have a good weekend.
Yeah, boy, Rob and Graham Trucking, longtime sponsor of the event, of several boats, several classes, and now he's an owner. You know, just really glad to have him part of this sport.
Not sure what year it was. The stat man may be listening. He will straighten me out. I have my notes over there where it is, but I do know that Rob Graham won his first ever race as an owner.
Okay.
And I believe it was 2017 in the Tri-Cities. It was definitely
in the Was that J. Mike? Yeah.
Yep. It was definitely in the Tri-Cities, and I remember he won the first ever race as an owner. We talk about drivers that won their first ever race as a driver, and there's not many of those.
Yeah.
There's not many of those. As you might imagine, Super Dave Villwock checked that box.
Yes.
And he checked the box in a boat we were just talking about, the U9, the Beacon Plumbing, but it was running as the I believe it ran as the 102.5. Oh, I'm going to mess that up, so I'll stay away. I'm going to step away and look at the Graham Trucking here. How about that? We've got the Graham Trucking is away from the dock, the U12, Jeff Bernard, and this is just a test session.
Yeah.
And his qualifying speed, if you're looking for it over there on the left, you're not going to find it because he got what is called a TNR, which is a time not recorded, because he lost his speed to the tech truck. Seth Parshall said, nope, you were over on fuel. Now, what that means is there is a limit on how much fuel they can flow to the motor, and it's 4.2 gallons a minute. And there are stipulations about that and very precise measurements. And they take the data acquisition box, give it to Seth. He plugs it into the computer and it comes back tilt. You exceeded fuel flow, you lose your speed. He's still going to run here this weekend. Don't worry about it, fans. They're going to be in the show. They will get what's called a commissioner's option. And no, I have not had the commissioner tell me that, but somehow I'm sure. As hard as they have worked to get here, they're not going to keep these guys off the water.
Boy, but Seth is a wizard. He understands these boats in and out. Was on the 9 team back in the day, and it's great to have him in the tech truck.
It's great to have Jeff Bernard back in an H1 Unlimited as well, because this guy, you know him better than I do. He's just a racer. That's all he wants to do. He just
100%
wants to
racer.
Yep. Anytime, any boat, anywhere. You meet him in the food mart, he'll race you in the shopping cart around the aisle.
That's right.
Beat you to frozen foods.
I think I'll stay away from him in the shopping cart. But he's something else.
And I'm talking to him during our preseason shop tours about his wife and the kids and the family, and how we're thinking maybe they make sacrifices, and he goes, we do make some sacrifices, but we make sacrifices. I'm just reading a note from the stat man. The battery died in the U91. That would be Andrew Tate's ride.
Be interesting what that means. Yeah.
There is no data.
Okay.
So what he didn't put up there is that they are going to get a TNR, I am assuming, but he will confirm that. He's writing.
Wow, he just disappeared off the leaderboard.
So that's what's going to happen there. Suddenly, Cory Peabody is your top qualifier.
Poof.
So he picked, and it's a big deal.
Yeah, it's a big deal.
Really big deal because
pushes him further out.
It does, because when Cory was sitting second in qualifying and Andrew was number 1, that was a 20-point swing that Cory had given back to Andrew. Andrew would have gotten 100 points for his qualifying. Cory would get 80, so he gave, of his lead that he's got, he gave 20 points back. Andrew just returned the favor and gave him 100 points back. That's a tough one. So whatever that lead was, if you can do that math in your head, whatever that lead was of 400 plus points, it's now 500 plus points. So that's a big one. Andrew would have loved to have just been second or third in qualifying, but to go from first to not getting any points, that's a big blow.
Yeah, he's trying to take points away from Cory, and in this case, he was set up to do that, but with no data, it sounds like that means we won't be able to count that.
I am told that the 8 was away from the dock, but I don't see the boat. We should have probably by now if he indeed was.
Okay.
And so now I understand the hand gestures that were made toward us. It was the 8 is coming out on the race course.
Yeah.
As we hear in our ear, he is still at the dock, but they are just about to push J. Michael Kelly away in the U8, the Beacon Electric. And now we see Jeff Bernard going slow up the backstretch and now coming hard down the front straightaway, getting ready to go racing.
Yeah.
Getting ready to go racing. That is just a good-looking race boat. The U12, the Graham Trucking, owned by Rob Graham, driven by Jeff Bernard out of Covington, Washington.
Yeah, they've evolved the look over the years. I love that they've added the silver accents.
I like it.
I think if we were talking to Larry Oberto, he'd say, you know what, that mirrored finish, that's something that I brought to this sport, and he sure did with the Oberto boat.
He certainly did. And I want to go back and just finish what we were saying about Jeff and his family. And I remember asking him about the sacrifices that the family makes to support him and his racing, and he says yes, there are, certainly, because we go every weekend. He said, but the big upside to it all is the family is together every weekend. They're doing things as a family, and he goes, if I'm not going to a race, the girls, his young daughters, they're going, why aren't we going to a race? How come we want to go? Because they have their friends.
They do.
It really is, and we've been talking about it, Tanner Faust and I, and even you and I have been talking about this a couple of times, this whole big family that is, it is hydroplane racing. I'm not going to say H1 Unlimited racing. It's hydroplane racing. It's a family.
Yep, and even if the colors are different on the water, the families are together in the pits. And,
absolutely.
Cory Peabody's daughter and son are hanging out with Jeff Bernard's daughters, and, it's really cool to see.
Yeah, and then we get the Carson Kellys of the world coming up, and there's a whole nother generation of drivers that is coming up.
There is.
And I heard you mention Larry Oberto.
Yeah.
Did you see Larry last weekend?
I did, for only half a second. You all keep me busy.
We were keeping you busy. I felt a tap on my shoulder, and the man who now resides in Sicily, Italy, was tapping me on the shoulder, and there was Larry Oberto. And if you follow this sport at all for more than 10 years or so, you know the name Oberto, first of all, in the Seattle area, just from a snacking standpoint, if you will, but certainly they made their mark and left their mark on unlimited hydroplane racing.
And some legendary parties at the Oberto house. That's just over there next to the bridge, and it's an amazing family, and glad Larry at least keeps track of us while he's in Italy.
He does indeed. See what Jeff does up here at the top end, still going slow. See if he's going to make another timing run here. Maybe he puts his foot down when there is J. Michael Kelly. I'm told it's J. Michael Kelly. Is that Kelly? I don't look like Kelly. That is going to be the U21. That is the Spirit of America. Gunnar O'Farrell is halfway up the backstretch. You'll see him in the background there of Jeff Bernard. There was the rooster tail as he goes by. That's a very famous house.
Yes.
The Oberto house you're talking about just up the creek, because 1954, you weren't around.
No, but
I was, and actually, I'm told that was my very first race.
Okay.
But
and you went to the Burger House on your first race?
Oh, heck no.
Okay.
I was way down the beach. I don't remember.
Okay.
I was 2. Anyway,
all right.
so here comes Gunnar across the line in the U-21 Spirit of America. But just real briefly, 1954 up there at the Oberto House, there was a rose garden that kind of backed up to the waterfront there. And Bill Cantrell, in the Gale 4, the U-54,
yep.
He lost control up there at the top end of the race course, and long story short, he landed the boat in the rose garden of that particular house. I have a picture of it on the wall in my home downstairs in my little Gold Cup room, and yeah, he put the boat in the rose garden of a house that was later owned by the Oberto family. But Bill Cantrell had the classic line that you as a driver could understand. He stepped out of the boat, and the reporters and the press and everybody were there. They asked him about it, and he goes, all I can say is it's the first time Jeff flying the boat a little bit.
2 boats on the water. It's
yeah.
feeling a little like racing, yeah.
Yeah, he had a great line, though. He says, it's the first time I ever walked home from a boat race. Only Bill Cantrell could do it as you're looking at Gunnar O'Farrell as he picks up the right sponson and waves it a little bit. We're starting to get serious now.
We are.
It's race day. We're going to run 4 heats of competition today. We got a couple of boats out testing. I'm going to expect we're going to see more. We're still awaiting the U8 of J. Michael Kelly to come out. But then the game faces are going to come together.
Yeah.
They're going to have a draw down in the pit area. We're going to get on top of that. We'll get our draw together and understand who is going to run against who, because if you're new to this sport, we've got 7 boats that are going to race. They will not all race together. We will have 4 in one heat. We will have 3 in the next, and they are determined which heat they run in and against whom they run by a blind draw. Each boat is represented by a ping pong ball in a big white bucket, and some lucky fan that happens to be standing close by the referee will grab them, and they will, as soon as we have representatives from each team there, as you're watching some of the crew members there from both the 21 and the 12 watching their boats out on the water. You get representatives from each team there. They pull the ping pong balls out individually, and you are drawn into your heats. That's who you run against and who you run with. And that's when it starts getting fun.
Yeah. And they just showed a picture of the U21 team. And so new sponsor idea with Spirit of America. And then they're doing something really cool with Rise Up Academy.
Yes.
So, yeah, that's a academy for youth here in the Seattle area, and run by Paul Stute. So it's a really great organization. And I think we bumped into them with the Boitanos. And, yeah, it's been a great partnership. This is their 2nd year. Gunner's full fan club. When they came, the kids came, man, they were Gunner, and he was just blown away.
Oh, he would love that too. He would play into that for sure.
Yeah, no, he had a good time with them, and I can't wait to see them again this year.
So Jeff Bernard has returned to the Stan Sayers Memorial Pit area with the U12, the Graham Trucking, and Gunnar O'Farrell, Spirit of America, go fast. Turn left racing. That kind of sums up our entire sport, doesn't it? Go fast, turn left. That's what we do.
That's what we do.
That's
Don't turn right.
No.
Don't turn right.
And if you do anything other than go fast, turn left, make sure it's go faster and turn left. That's about the only difference. Here comes Gunnar coming across the line. Just out there getting a feel for the boat and the water conditions. But what I'm noticing, and I noticed it this morning, and I've seen it this time out for him as well, last weekend, he was driving in an outside lane. He drove all his heats on the outside. He qualified on the outside. He tested on the outside. He's tightened it up from my perspective, what I'm seeing here today. He apparently is tightening up his line. Would we see him stick his nose on an inside lane?
Yeah, you never know. I think Gunnar, definitely that first heat in Tri-Cities where, boy, he had a great game.
Oh, boy.
And, I think that definitely shows he's got a fast boat. He's a great driver. And, yeah, you know what? You do it in time. There's no rush.
Nope.
I think for him, he's just making sure he understands the boat. They've been playing with the boat ride in the off-season. They found a ton more speed. So, yeah, I think it's all in time and when he's ready. And I think that's one of the things drivers say is you got to feel it in your gut. If you feel it in your gut, you go. If not, you don't.
Yeah, you've got to be right. They can tell you what they want you to do, but if it doesn't feel right, don't do it, because I would assume then that's when you're going to get in trouble.
Yeah, you just never know.
And Gunnar got in trouble, as we saw during that test session over in Tri-Cities when he got the boat way up in the air and blew it over. Gunnar seems to shake it off real quick, kind of a guy. He is kind of an aw shucks kind of guy. But you've been there. How easy? You just put it out of your mind. You don't ever think about it. Is it always back there a little bit?
I think we were talking about this before. I bet some sleepless nights. So I bet that's probably true. But once you get in the boat and you strap in and the turbine's pushing you with almost 3,000 horsepower, you don't have time to think about that.
Because if you do, you're going to get in trouble again. Yeah. You better pay attention to what's going on. Because the boat's talking to you the whole time, right?
That's right. It is. Now, I talked to Greg, his grandfather and the owner of the boat. And, they, after that flip, had and I hope it's okay. Well, he shared it on another video, but they had a vote, on whether or not they'd continue. That was a pretty big thing, and no one ever wants anything to happen to their driver. And it was a unanimous vote. Yeah, hey, we're still in. Let's go do this. And so they're here, looking good, and
that's good.
I'm excited to see what Gunnar brings today and this weekend.
I had an interesting visit. I'm assuming you have been out to their shop.
I have.
Boat shop.
Oh my gosh!
What a beautiful piece of property out there in Maple Valley, and then
the gates open and the hydroplanes are there. Yep.
Yeah, I got invited out there to come do the tour. I told Gunnar when I finally got in, it would have been nice if you'd have given me the code to the gate, so I didn't have to get stopped out there and all that.
That's right.
But
security.
Yep. As you're looking at the beautiful hydroplane that the family built.
Yes.
And it is here, as Brent was just saying, the family wanted to continue racing, but people always wonder, well, why don't these guys go the whole circuit? Well, the family owns an asphalt and a paving company, Lake Ridge Paving.
Yeah.
That was the name on the side of the boat during the test session. Well, summertime, you make hay. And they were explaining it to me. They said, we really just can't do much more than these two events in the state because we got a paving business, and that's when we make our money.
That's right. No, definitely. But it's a good balance, and good to see Gunnar getting more laps and more time in the boat. Looking pretty good there.
Yeah, check the sponsors out there on the air scoop right behind Gunnar. You saw Beacon Plumbing on there. You saw Strong Racing. You saw Apollo. All of the teams have stepped up as part of this.
Is that a new suit?
I think it is a new driver suit for Gunnar. And there you see, right behind the air scoop, you see Strong Racing and Beacon Plumbing, Beacon Electric, and Apollo. They're all on there. I would assume the other ones are on the other side. But everybody has stepped up to be a part of this because everybody wants to be a part of supporting our military and our personnel all around the world, men and women who are over there doing the hard work and doing the dirty work so you and I can sit here and have a good time.
Yeah, boy, no doubt. Very, very honored, and I love the Spirit of America theme, and that all the teams are helping out. And, there's just great things that are happening in boat racing. A lot that's happening on the water, but then a lot of great things behind the scenes, too.
There are a lot of good things. And there I mentioned the seals of the various branches of our service. There they are on the fairings there. Great job by our camera team down there in the pit area to show you what I think is a really good-looking race boat. When I saw the artist renderings of it, I wasn't too sure. And we have to mix in the fact I'm colorblind, but I think it looks pretty good.
Hey, before we leave, Gunnar, I got to say, business in the front, party in the back. That haircut, that mullet, he trademarked that thing, man. I love it.
So a couple of years ago, I sent a questionnaire to what did you say that?
Let's see.
Business in the front,
party in the back. That's what you say.
There's the mullet.
Yeah.
So a couple of years ago, I sent out a questionnaire to all the drivers, and we were just trying to learn more about them as you watch Gunnar walk up off the dock. Great guy. You get a chance to spend 2 minutes with him. Don't pass that up. And I
said, he needs to keep hiding it from us. He
Yeah.
is such a fun guy. We're gonna bring him out. I love it.
We are indeed. And I said, tell me something about you that nobody knows.
Okay.
And he goes, let me think for a minute. He goes, tell you what. He goes, the mullet.
Yeah.
And I said, okay, tell me about the mullet. And he says, I got it as a result of a bet 10 years ago.
I didn't know that.
And I said, a bet 10 years ago. And he goes, yep, as a result of a bet, I grew the mullet. And he said, I liked it and I never got rid of it.
Yeah.
And I go, the bigger question is, did you win or lose the bet? I still don't know the answer to that.
Well, when you say you did it because of a bet, I don't know that you win it.
I don't know.
You don't usually have to do something if you win the bet.
But he liked it, so it sticks, and now it's part of Gunnar. That's just part of his shtick.
It is.
Business in the front,
party in the back. You got it, man. That's right.
I have learned a new line today.
Hey, man, I got to teach you something.
You
right?
do?
Yeah, sometimes.
The young kid here's got to keep me on my toes. I am Brad Luce, and he is Brent Hall. We are at the start-finish line of the 2025 Apollo Mechanical Cup at Seafair. You are watching H1 Unlimited's live stream coverage. We're glad you're here with us. We're going to go racing here today.
Yes, we
got heats 1A, 1B, 2A, 2B. We got 4 races coming up, H1 Unlimited style.
Right. Heavyweight fight on Sunday night, right?
There it is. Talk to me about racing in Seattle. You've done it. You've had sponsors here. I keep saying, most of the drivers are from here. The teams are based here. We got a lot of sponsorship dollars here.
We do.
Does it really mean a lot more here to drive because you're driving in front of family and friends?
Yeah, of course it does. And again, being here and knowing that I grew up just right across the way, I could kind of feel like, wow, I used to look down on that course, and now I'm on it. And so same for all the other drivers too. It's like, this is your home course. Everyone's like, hey, I need to come see you. I want to come watch you race. And, whether it's on TV or it's here, boy, it's just nice to have the support. And you're right. There's another side of the family, which is the sponsor side.
Right.
And a lot of our sponsors know that this is the biggest summer event in, I'll just say Washington State, but probably, one of the biggest ones on the West Coast. And we bring a lot of attention here, and I think it's important for sponsors to get their name out. It's a unique way to get your name out, and if you compare it to NASCAR, NASCAR, you have hundreds of logos on the boat. Right. You can be one of 3 or 4, so I think it's a real good opportunity and a unique way to market your sport. And then obviously now what we have with social media, it isn't just what happens here in the weekend. We can push out sponsor advertisements and things like that, just so that they can continue to leverage the sponsorship that they paid for.
If you haven't figured this out yet, Brent Hall very much involved in the marketing side of businesses. He knows the talk and he can walk the walk. He is Brent Hall. Glad to have you here with me. Right now it is quiet on the Ted Jones race course here on Lake Washington, but we've still got a big day ahead of us.
We do.
For Brent Hall, I'm Brad Luce. We're going to step away here for just a couple of minutes. As soon as we get a boat back on the water, we will be back with you. But we are ready to go racing here. It's the 2025 Apollo Mechanical Cup at Seafair. Brent Hall, Brad Luce. We will be right back.
Great to hang out.
Back here on the start-finish line on Lake Washington, it is Seafair 2025, and more specifically, it is the Apollo Mechanical Cup at Seafair. My name is Brad Luce. I am on the start-finish line tower, and we are getting ready to go racing Grand Prix style here at the Apollo Mechanical Cup. Up next is our Heat 2A for Grand Prix America. It's going to feature 3 boats. And as we discussed yesterday, but if you weren't with us, the start procedure is very similar between Grand Prix hydroplanes and our H1 Unlimiteds, with the one major difference being our Grand Prix hydroplanes have assigned lanes, whereas our H1 Unlimited hydroplanes fight for their lanes when they come out on the race course. That's the big difference you will notice. With that being the case, then our boats in Heat 2A for Grand Prix America will have assigned lanes. Let's walk down those lanes right now. In the inside lane, lane number 1 is going to be GP12. The boat is running with the sponsorship of Caveman Kitchen. It is driven by Josh Harnack. The boat is owned by Bob Shellhays. It is bright yellow in color on the water. To possibly confuse the issue a little bit, our boat in lane number 2 is going to be the GP15 Happy Go Lucky Racing. The driver is Greg Hopp. It is owned by Jerry Hopp, and the sponsor is Old Trapper Beef Jerky. Our third boat, and rounding out our 3-boat field, and he is already on the race course, is our GP79. It is Ty Ginger, driven by Jeff Bernard out of Covington, Washington. The boat is owned by Mike Grindell out of Webster, Massachusetts. They also have sponsorship from Black Lake Fiberglass this weekend, and we welcome Black Lake Fiberglass to our Grand Prix racing. Looking at our clock right now, we have coming up on 4 minutes and 15 seconds to the start. 4:15. I'm looking at the 2 yellow boats down in the pit area. The lid has been dropped on Josh Harnack, and they just put the lid down on Greg Hopp. It's Harnack that's going to come out first. He is away from the dock now and will soon be on the Ted Jones race course, where he will find Jeff Bernard. Jeff is up at the top end of the race course. That's who you're looking at. And now our 2 yellow boats are both away from the dock right now. Josh Harnack and Greg Hopp. You'll see him on the water shortly as you look at the GP79 Black Lake Fiberglass and Ty Ginger. Jeff Bernard. Jeff did not finish yesterday, and he is not happy about it. I can tell you that for a fact. He wants to come out here and put on a good show in Heat 2A. He also wants to come home with a victory, because in Grand Prix hydroplane racing, it is all about winning your way to an inside lane come the final heat on Sunday afternoon. There you see the 2 yellow boats. They're both driving dead straight away from you as we approach 3 minutes. 3 minutes to the start. It's Grand Prix America, Heat 2A at the 2025 Apollo Mechanical Cup at Seafair. Looking for Jeff Bernard halfway up the backstretch. The 2 yellow boats there. You'll see the lower. This is a good look at the 2 boats right here, because you have the lower profiled boat that Greg Hopp is driving. That is the one that is out front right there. The boat behind it, also yellow, trimmed in red and black. That is Josh Harnack's GP12, the Caveman Kitchen. And he is right there just outside the windows of Greg Hopp. 225. Getting some additional information here as Greg Hopp makes a timing run across start-finish line to make sure he is ready here for our racing. Like to thank the title sponsor of Grand Prix America racing here at the Apollo Mechanical Cup at Seafair. I want to thank JJR Engineering and Fabrication for their participation here in our Seafair activities on Lake Washington. Also want to give a shout out to Richards Racing here for coming down and providing us with some of that information. Looking at the screen with 145 now, 145 again. These boats don't have to worry about being behind other boats and so forth, because your lane is always going to be there for you, or at least it should be, because these lanes are assigned. You're looking at our 2 yellow boats. Josh Harnack is the one out front. He is on the left. Here comes Greg Hopp on the right. Jeff Bernard at the other end of the spectrum is all the way down at the bottom end of the race course. They will all bunch up here very, very shortly. Jeff is down to the bottom end of the race course. He will pull way to the outside and let both these yellow boats move to his left. You just saw Harnack there move across the wake of Greg Hopp and move to the inside lane. That is where he is supposed to be. So it'll be the GP12 on the inside lane. GP15 will be in the middle as they are right now. They will come around the corner here. You're going to see Jeff Bernard. There he is, bottom of the screen out in front of him. You see Jeff is way out there to the right. The two yellow boats will come inside of him. Jeff's a little tight off the exit pin there. It's going to get a little bit of a squeeze, but they'll get that figured out. Everybody will have a clean lane for the start. Coming up on 25 seconds to our start. Boats running dead straight away from you there. Now it's about time to start getting serious. Harnack is in 1, Hopp is in 2, Bernard on the outside. Watch Jeff to jump out in front of everybody here because he's got the longest way to go. And here comes Bernard, here comes Hopper. A lot of speed on the outside, inside 10 seconds. We are coming up on 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Mark, and we are racing in Grand Prix America Heat 2A at the Apollo Mechanical Cup at Seafair. Jeff Bernard got a bump across the start-finish line, but he is far on the outside. Second place is the boat in the middle lane. That is Greg Hopper and the Old Trapper Beef Jerky. But look at Josh Harnack on the inside. Harnack has gotten around Hop, and now he sets sail for Bernard. But Bernard, although being on the outside, he's got a lot of boat speed. Harnack didn't have the acceleration to stay with him coming off the corner. He looks like he's got top end speed that will match or come close to Jeff Bernard. In fact, he's closing on him a little bit. Watch Harnack here at the top end of the race course. That's the yellow boat off to the right. He's going to come off almost dead even with Bernard, but Bernard's going to have him by a couple of boat lengths. Jeff Bernard, remember, we go 3 times around. Bernard's got 1 in the books with 2 more to go, but the caveman kitchen, Josh Harnack, doesn't want to go away. And Harnack has got top end speed on Bernard. By the time they get to the end of the straightaways, Harnack is able to close on Bernard, and now Harnack's right with him, about 3 boat lengths back. Off the exit pin, Bernard to the outside. Now this is where Bernard starts to stretch it out. But now watch Harnack. Once he gets this thing wound up, he'll start closing on Jeff. It's the top half of the straightaway right now. Here comes Harnack. And he had to move outside. Jeff Bernard, he got wet, and I think that's probably going to put an end. And he turned to the infield. Harnack is not sure what Josh Harnack is doing. He is running down the center of the race course right now. He may be lost, but Bernard's going to come down, pick up. Not sure what happened there to Josh Harnack. Jeff Bernard is now on the final lap. I was trying to look at flags and look at some officials for something. Josh Harnack suddenly had the boat go to the right. He went outside and went through Bernard's wake and a little bit of his rooster tail, and then suddenly was making a hard left-hand turn into the center of the race course. Not quite sure what happened there, but either way, Jeff Bernard on the final lap here, lap 3 of 3, is going to come down for a victory in the Black Lake Fiberglass Thai Ginger GP 79 of Jeff Bernard. And Harnack has now made a circle in the center of the race course. I honestly think he is going to go back and try and pick up a buoy that he missed. He may have been radioed by his team. Bernard picks up the checkered flag here, but now it's Josh Harnack, whose boat was dead in the water. There you see Josh Harnack there on the screen. His boat was dead in the water at the start-finish line inside the race course. I think he probably got radioed by his team saying, you're okay, but you've got to go all the way back up and pick up those buoys you missed. And I think he's going to come down and try and still finish. He's going to have to run yet 1 more lap. That was an interesting sequence of events. And now the motor he's still trying to keep it lit, that being Josh Harnack. Meanwhile, here comes our second place finisher. Across the line, it's going to be Greg Hopp in the Old Trapper Beef Jerky. He will come down and take a very slow second place. So some confusion definitely on that one in our Grand Prix America Heat 2A. But either way, I don't think there's any question about it. Message delivered, message received. GP 79, the Black Lake Fiberglass Thai Ginger. GP 79 driven by Jeff Bernard. Jeff needed to win that heat to keep moving his way to an inside lane for the final. Mission accomplished for Mr. Bernard. Greg Hopp is going to make it back to the pit area under his own power. You see him there approaching the center of the screen. There's Josh Harnack. Not quite sure what happened to that young man out there in the caveman kitchen. But for a while there, he was running a whale of a heat. And there's a lot of top end speed in that GP12. Takes the gloves off and tosses them down into the seat. And you can see exactly what kind of water conditions we have here this morning on Lake Washington, as there's hardly a ripple around Josh Harnack. And you're looking there at Greg Hopp as he makes his way back to the Stanceres Memorial Pit area. As you look at Greg Hopp as he comes drifting back into the finger pier, you see the GP5. The GP5 is in the water. Jacknut Apparel. It'll be driven by Chris Grant. The boat has not yet run this year, so we're hoping they will be able to come out and join the field here for our Heat 2B. We will have 4 boats in our Heat 2B, should they all answer the call. They all answer the call. On the inside lane will be GP 135. That is the Cool Cat Motorsports and West Mobile Equipment Repair. And you can see that boat in the water. It is the blue boat on the left side of the screen. You'll see 2 boats sitting in there between the finger piers. The one on the right, the blue one, that would be the GP 135 of Cool Cat Motorsports. And the West Mobile Equipment Repair boat is driven by John Shaw. Lane number 2 is going to go to the Miss Renee, the GP17, the boat owned by Brian Richards out of Snohomish, Washington, and driven by Austin Ekrit. It is a powder blue and white race boat. He will be in lane number 2. GP10, the Freak. They had a good day yesterday. Kevin Ekrit driving a boat with a kind of a radical looking silhouette on the water. You will like it when you see it. And now we're looking from the drone at the other side of the pit area, and I can see the GP10 was in the water there. So Kevin Ekrit, will be in lane number 3. And on the outside, if they can get the boat out on the water, will be the GP5 Grant Racing, driven by Chris Grant and sponsored by Jacknut Apparel. So 4 boats slated to go here in our Grand Prix Heat 2B. We'll see if we can get all 4 out on the water. Momentarily here, we will have all 3 of our boats from our Heat 2A back to the dock. We're just awaiting for Josh Harnack to get the last 100 yards or so, and they will have him in the dock. He is just off the screen there on the right. You can't quite see him, but they are towing him back to the dock. If we keep with that view, you will see, and there it comes. There on the right-hand side of the screen, you will see the GP12 Caveman Kitchen finding their way back to the dock. So I think we're going to be ready to go here pretty quickly with our Heat 2B of Grand Prix America. Grand Prix America title sponsor for Seafair is JJR Engineering and Fabrication. We're just getting started here on day 2 of 3 at the Apollo Mechanical Cup at Seafair. My name is Brad Luce. You are watching the H1 Unlimited live stream of this weekend's events, and we're going to have everything covered for you. We've got H1 Unlimited racing coming up shortly this morning. Before we go to the air show, we'll have Heats 1A and 1B. Next up on our schedule is our Heat 2B for our Grand Prix America Hydroplanes GPA. Got 4 boats slated to go, the 135, the 17, the 10, and the 5. We'll see how many of them make it out. Now we are on the clock. We are 6 minutes and 15 seconds from the start. 6:15 to the start. Grand Prix America, Heat 2B. Take a look one more time at the boats in lane number 1, GP 135. It is blue, it is black, it is called West Mobile Equipment Repair. It is driven by John Shaw out of Centerville, Maryland. Lane number 2 is going to be the GP 17, the Miss Renee. The boat is driven by awesome Austin Ekrit. GP 10, the Freak. They will be in lane number 3. Man, the boat looked quick yesterday. Look for this one to be running hard and out front. You'll like this one on the water. Got an interesting profile to it. It is a bright orange hydroplane. Kevin Ekrit out of Edmonds, Washington will steer that one. And then hopefully we can get Chris Grant in the GP5. Grant Racing, the Jack Nut Apparel. Hopefully we can get them out on the water. They have not yet made it on the water. However, yesterday they had a successful trailer fire. They fired it up on the trailer. It's different, yep, when you get it in the water. And they did not answer the bell for their first heat yesterday. Hopefully, they'll have an opportunity to do that today. Two seconds, one mark, 5 minutes. 5 minutes to the start of Heat 2B. Our Grand Prix America hydroplanes can come out on the water right now. Who's going to make the first move down there? And it appears it's going to be the GP 135, West Mobile Equipment Repair, John Shaw. There's a good look at the boat right there. Good looking hydroplane there. GP 135 away from the dock. John Shaw is in a good spot. And here comes Chris Grant. How about that? You saw in the background there, Chris Grant was going to come out on the water. We'll see if he can. There he is right there. Chris Grant, and I mentioned yesterday to say this color scheme, paint scheme, whatever you want to call it, would be unique and different, and that would be an understatement, and there it is. That one should not be too hard to pick up on the water. Chris Grant out on the Ted Jones race course for Heat 2B of our Grand Prix America Heats. So we got 2 boats out on the water now. You are traveling along right now with John Shaw, GP 135, Cool Cat Motorsports, or West Mobile Equipment Repair. Good looking little hydroplane. We saw it run back east. They did quite well. Still looking for a couple of more boats. Looking for the GP 17, the Miss Renee, Austin Ekrit, to come out here on the race course. And the Freak, there goes Austin Ekrit. He's away. So he will be coming out as we look at John Shaw at the top end of the race course. Still lots of time, 3 minutes and 15 seconds, 3:15 until the start. And here comes the Freak. Kevin Ekrit is also away from the dock. So right now we've got 4 boats slated to go in this heat. We're going to have all 4 of them on the water. We'll see if they can all make it to the start-finish line. But we have got our 4 boats out on Lake Washington. GP 135, John Shaw, West Mobile Equipment Repair with 250 till our start. The boat right there in the center of the screen as we pan away, that would have been Kevin Ekrit in the Freak. There is Chris Grant right there in Jack Nut Apparel. Boat looks good on the water. Can he keep it lit? This is kind of a maiden voyage here in competition for these guys this year. And they will be on the far outside. Two minutes and 10 seconds. There you're looking at Austin Ekrit, GP 17, the Miss Renee. Really good looking hydroplane, and this one flat flies. If he can keep it wired together, this kid can really drive. And this boat is a quick one. GP 17, Miss Renee, owned by Brian Richards out of Snohomish, Washington, and driven by awesome Austin Ekrit. We follow him down to the lower end of the race course. John Shaw in the Cool Cat Motorsports. You'll see him go by right there. He just made a hard charge at the start-finish line, making a timing run. Looking for Austin Ekrit to cut across the race course like he's doing right there. And as he gets over to the front straightaway, right behind him is going to be Chris Grant in the GP5 and Kevin Ekrit in the Freak, the GP10. And now you see John Shaw starting to come across. He's going to come across the race course as well. You'll get all 4 of your boats together. And Chris Grant puts his foot down a little bit in the GP5. He's on the far outside, and he had a little bit of speed, so the boat seemed to respond. Again, this is kind of a maiden voyage for them as we go inside. 1 minute, the start of Grand Prix America Heat 2B. GP 135 is in lane number 1. John Shaw at the wheel. West Mobile Equipment Repair. Lane 2 is going to go to the GP17, Austin Ekert and the Miss Renee. Then it's into lane 3, the GP10, the Freak, with Kevin Ekert out of Edmonds, Washington, rounding out our 4-boat field. The GP5 is going to be Chris Grant behind the wheel of Jack Nut Apparel. Inside 30 seconds to the start. Inside 30 seconds, inside 25. Now you're going to want to start seeing the boats on the outside start winding it up a little bit. Chris Grant's going to, if he's going to be legal with these guys, he's going to have to come hard on the outside because he's got the longest way to go. So it is Shaw in 1, Ekert in 2, Ekert in 3. Grant's off the pace inside 10 seconds. Maybe a little early. We're 3, 2, 1. Marked. Oh boy, we may have had a gun jumper on that one. Not sure if I've got an accurate clock. We will hear it from the officials that are just off to my right, but in the meantime, we'll call them on the water. And if they were legal, John Shaw in the Cool Cat Motorsports West Mobile Equipment Repair got a great start, but he's got Austin Ekert right with him in the right side rear view mirror, but it's still Shaw by about a boat length and a half, maybe make it 2 up the backstretch. Now Ekert is flying with him. Great shot there of our 2 boats coming up the backstretch. Shaw hangs it on the hook on an inside lane. Look at Ekert stay right with him. They are going to be dead even as they get to the exit pin. It's Shaw in 1, Awesome Austin in 2, and now Austin Ekert takes the lead as he flies the 17, the Miss Renee, across start finish line. But the question is, are they legal? Well, we lost John Shaw. John Shaw has dropped down and gone dead in the water. And we are getting preliminary that we had 2 boats across the line early. John Shaw, who is dead in the water, and unfortunately Austin Ekert in the GP17, our leader. And I'm looking at a freeze frame of it right now. Our leader is Kevin Ekert in the GP10, the Freak. Unfortunately, your lead boat on the water, the GP10, or excuse me, the GP17, the Miss Renee, has jumped the start. We knew it was close. I think we knew John Shaw had gotten across early, but unfortunately, he had jumped the start. And then it turned out that Austin Ekert had as well. But I'll tell you what's going on the race course right now is Kevin Ekert is out in front. He's our leader. But right now, Chris Grant is staying in his left side mirror. He's trying to come up on the inside. And I think he kind of snuck up on Kevin a little bit. And then the radio guy said, hey, you got to be careful here because Grant's still floating around in the rear view mirror. So there's Chris Grant in the Jack Nut Apparel. That's GP5. First time the boat has run this year. Right now they're in a solid second place finish. So there is your leader right there, bottom of your screen. That is the GP10, the Freak. Kevin Ekert out of Edmonds, boat owned by Brian Richards out of Snohomish. They are the leaders going up the backstretch, and Chris Grant staying tight on the buoy row. And you can see there he's trying to move to the inside of Kevin Ekert, and I think Kevin knows he's got him covered. If he were to sneak up on him again, there you see Chris. He's kind of coming up on the inside there, but he's still 3 rooster tails behind, so it's not going to make any difference. We just had Austin Ekert come across the line, and is he losing power? If he is, this is, oh, he finished. That's right. He was the lead boat, but he had jumped. Here comes your leader and your winner. It is the GP10, the Freak. It is Kevin Ekert. The big buoys go by, and here comes your second place finisher. This is a surprise, and quite candidly, congratulations to those guys, to Grant Racing and the Jack Nut Apparel. Yesterday they couldn't get the boat off the trailer. They finally got it off the trailer. The boat wouldn't start for the heat. They finally get a chance to run, and they come home with a solid second place finish here in Heat 2B. So good stuff right there from Grant Racing, Chris Grant on the Jacknut Apparel, the GP5. He's still out on the race course. He's got to make kind of a big loop, and he will come back around as he is on the west side of the pit area. So there, we've kind of christened the day, if you will, as you get a great look at what back in the day, and I mean way back in the day, back in the late 1950s, was referred to as Quillshaft Lagoon. And that was the name given to that little spit of land, which is also the Stan Sayers Memorial Pit area. The quill shaft was an oft troublesome piece in the old World War II aircraft engines that the boats were running at the time. And the moniker stuck with that little spit of land, which was built specifically for hydroplane racing, thus all the finger piers and so forth that adapt so well to boat racing. So the old Quillshaft Lagoon, you also got a good look at Lake Washington Boulevard there and some of the communities, residential communities up above this glorious setting here on Lake Washington in Seattle. There is a very disappointed John Shaw, although he had jumped the start definitely. He didn't really want to end right there, dead in the water. He would have liked to have at least finished and picked up some points here. Again, it's all about earning your way inside for the final heat. John will take the helmet off there, place it inside the boat. And he is now, he's actually taking the engine cover off. He's going to take a look down inside there and see what's going on inside the GP135, the West Mobile Equipment Repair. Now it looks like he's digging into something or got something out of there he wanted. Now it looks like he's maybe going to put the cowling back on, or at least he's able to, on the other side of the boat, access whatever he was trying to find. John Shaw getting a good look at his boat right there. I do not want to jump the gun too far because we know what happens when that happens. You get either a 1-minute penalty or a 1-lap penalty or something like that. However, I'm going to give you a little spoiler alert here because I have seen the heat draw for our H1 unlimited hydroplanes for their heats 1A and 1B. And spoiler alert for heat 1A and 1B, don't miss them. They're going to be very, very good. We've mentioned the competition. We've mentioned the parity in the sport. We've mentioned so much about these boats and the great racing we had a week ago. Everything is all set up. Heat 1A should be a barn burner with a lot of speed. 1B should really be no different. Don't miss them. We will have a full rundown of our Heat 1A and Heat 1B draws as they are going to be coming up. I'm looking at the schedule on the ticker as it goes by, but our heats are coming up very soon. So I think what we're going to do now is take a look at our Heat 2B, kind of look back at some of the highlights and keep an eye on the start because we had a couple of boats get across the line early. Let's take a look at the replay. Here come the boats away from the dock at the 4:45 mark. John Shaw comes out in the GP 135. There's Chris Grant. He had a good heat. He did very, very well. Here's the bottom end of the race course with a minute. Here we come down to the start. And if we've got the camera on the start finish line, there you see the clock. Clearly those two boats were across. And you saw Kevin Ekert. He was the first legal boat you saw come across the line. He clearly had pulled his foot out of the throttle. I think he knew he was early and he had to back out of it. He looked like he was way behind the field, and he was. But he was also our first legal starter. There's Austin Ekert while he was still out there running, and he was able to complete the heat. Coming home in third place there was our winner, and I think this is him. Yes, it is. This is Kevin Ekert coming around the top end of the race course one more time to pick up a checkered flag. And that was the story in Heat 2B of our Grand Prix America hydroplanes. Chris Grant coming home in second place, and I think they've got to be very, very happy with that. Can you? Good morning again, race fans. Brad Luce here along with Tanner Faust. Another venue for you, my friend.
Yeah.
This time you are at one of the big ones, one of the very famous venues. This is Seattle, Washington. That is Lake Washington. We've been racing here since 1951. As you know now, having been with our sport for a few weeks here and a couple of months, most of our teams are based here. A lot of the drivers, the crews, some of our biggest sponsors are all based here. I'm assuming you can speak to the fact that when you're racing in your hometown, family and friends, a little extra pressure on the drivers.
I mean, there's a lot of pressure. Tri-Cities was similar. There were some of the teams were based out of there, but Seattle certainly seems to be the hub. And here, what's unique, okay, it's a first-time experience for me every time. So I get to relive that feeling every time. So many homes, so many houses, boats absolutely lining the track everywhere you go. The Blue Angels are here. There's an amazing air show. Tens of thousands of people lining the beaches, not just though intense, but also on the decks of their home. So it's amazing. We're right in the middle of a metropolitan, a huge city. It is a different feel, and there is a different pressure, but certainly looking at how the racing is stacking up, it's going to be just as heated on the track also.
And by the time we get done with today and tomorrow, that log boom over there, which is definitely filling in up to the north end, it will be full all the way down as far as you can see. It's quite a sight here on this great big aquatic amphitheater where we're going to go racing for the 2025 Apollo Mechanical Cup at Seafair. We're just getting started. We've had some Grand Prix racing already. Our H1 Unlimiteds are getting ready to go in the water. We've got a draw. We'll come back and talk about that in a little bit. But right now, let's throw it down to the other two members of our broadcast team. That would be Brent Hall and Erica Allreed. Take it away, guys.
Thanks so much, guys. I can hardly wait to kick off the action this weekend, as Seafair always provides us with the utmost excitement between the vendors, the fans, and of course the racing and the air show. And things have already been very exciting so far this weekend, Brent.
It has. I'll tell you, yesterday, man, it was amazing to see Jimmy Johnson jump out in the Blue Blaster, and he put his foot down about 140 miles an hour. That brought us a lot of new fans. I think we got some NASCAR fans. I think we got some rally fans. We got everybody coming to see what we're doing. And today, we're going to have some great racing out here. And it starts with the J class. I am so proud of the kids and seeing kids 9 and up running J. But then we have Grand Prix. We have, obviously, our H1 Unlimiteds. We've got a great show for everyone. So I just say, new fans, stay tuned. All of our current fans, we're glad you're with us. Brad and Tanner, back to you.
Want to say thank you to Brent and Erica. That's the first time I've seen Miss Allreed. She's down there in the pit area. You and I are up on start finish. I managed to have a good conversation with Brent both yesterday and today. As we mentioned, it is the 2025 Apollo Mechanical Cup at Seafair. And Bruce Ratchford and his Apollo company, the Apollo Mechanical Contractors out of the Tri-Cities, for the second year in a row, stepping up and sponsoring this wonderful event. Also got a couple of boats out here he owns, one he sponsors. He's got a fast race team. In fact, as an owner, first-time owner this year in 2025, we've completed 2 events. He's undefeated.
Yeah.
Doesn't get much better than that.
No, it doesn't. I mean, Dave Vilwok with an amazing victory in Tri-Cities with some penalties up front, and Vilwok was steady and ran his own race for third, which was a heated battle. Turned out that was the race for first, and he took it at 71 years old, which was just an awesome thing to see.
And if we thought the racing was good in the Tri-Cities, which it was, it is setting up, at least on paper, to be very good here right out of the box at the Apollo Mechanical Cup at Seafair. Let's take a look at the draw because we've got it. Heat 1A right out of the box. Don't be late. You don't want to miss this one because the 4 boats featured in our Heat 1A, the U8, the Beacon Electric, J. Michael Kelly. We all know what he can do in that bright red boat. He is going to be in it along with his teammate, at least until they get on the water. Yep. U9, Cory Peabody, the Beacon Plumbing. Jamie Nielsen in the U11, the Miss FLAV-R-PAC. They are going to be in our Heat 1A. And just to make it interesting, rounding out our 4-boat field, U91, Andrew Tate. You want to talk about a guy that's focused? Andrew Tate. He felt bad after last weekend. He did not even make the front row in the Tri-Cities, despite arguably having the fastest boat in the river.
Oh, it's all, we talked about it last weekend a lot. I mean, when you come out and you qualify top, you're fastest in practice, you show the highest speed in straightaways and overall average speed, and then not convert that into a result. As a driver, you always feel bad about that, and he probably feels like he's got to make up some ground. He didn't draw the nicest heat. I mean, these guys are all battling for the same number of points as Heat 1B, but they've got a bigger fight on their hands potentially.
However, I think if you talk to Andrew Tate, he'll say he loves this draw. He loves it because he lost a lot of ground to Cory Peabody, and he now sits third in our national high points. The only way he's going to catch Cory, he's got to run against him, and he's got to knock him down every time he does. So we've only got 2 more events until the season comes to an end. Cory made a big move in Tri-Cities. He came from third position to first. Could it happen again this weekend? I talked to Andrew Tate yesterday a couple of times. He is laser focused. But I had a similar conversation with Cory, and there's much more involved here than just those 2 boats. And let's take a look at who's coming in our Heat 1B. U12, we didn't get to see a lot of racing out of Jeff Bernard and the former T6 Miss Budweiser. This is the Graham Trucking. It is black, it is red, it is trimmed with a splash of silver. They had that unfortunate propeller incident in Tri-Cities on Sunday morning. They lost the blade off the prop. It caused extensive damage to the boat. Everybody down there in the pit area, from the crew all the way up to John Walters, the chief inspector, he said that boat is better now than it was when they drug it over to the Tri-Cities. Jeff Bernard is going to slowly bring this boat up, but that boat is mighty quick, and when it's ready to go, Jeff will be too. He's going to get joined by Gunnar O'Farrell. The gun dog, he had a great weekend over in Tri-Cities. He just kept scoring points.
He sure did. I mean, he clocked a second and a second and a second, and he just rode that outside. He didn't battle in the race before the race for the inside line, and he stayed very consistent. You wonder if now that he's got that under his belt, if now he starts pulling out some more speed and maybe starts pushing harder to gain that track position to actually fight for wins. We'll see out of Gunnar, but it could be interesting.
Brent Hall actually and I had that conversation this morning, because when I was watching him run this morning, he was running more on an inside lane. And remember, we watched him test and qualify and race last weekend, always on the outside. He seemed to be moving a little left, and so maybe he will stick his nose in there and see what happens. And then rounding out our 3-boat field, the man who walked away with the big trophy last weekend, Super Dave Vilwok in the U27, the Miss Apollo. I talked with Dave yesterday. He was very happy with it, but Dave is the kind of guy that just takes it in stride. He's won so much, and I don't have the number in front of me. It's written in my book over there. I can't say off the top of my head how many times he has won on Lake Washington, but I think the number is an awful lot. Yeah. He's won here more than anybody else. He knows this Lake Washington 2-mile race course.
Talk about taking it in stride. I mean, during testing this morning, he walked it up pretty high on the water. I was standing with his boat owner, who almost jumped in the lake. And when Dave came back, he's like, hey, kind of risky there. And Dave was just like, seemed okay to me. And that was that. So, it takes a lot to ruffle somebody with that kind of experience. But he certainly, he's got an interesting draw here with only 3 boats in his heat, potential to gather a lot of points.
Yep.
But, that flavor of the win and where he's at the championship could keep the fire lit pretty bright for Dave.
It's the 2025 Apollo Mechanical Cup at Seafair. Heat 1A, going to be J. Michael Kelly. It's going to be Cory Peabody, Jamie Nielsen, and Andrew Tate. Heat 1B, it's going to be Jeff Bernard, Gunnar O'Farrell, and Dave Vilwok. That's all coming up shortly here, but we are going to step away right now. Don't go away. You're watching H1 Unlimited's coverage of the 2025 Apollo Mechanical Cup at Seafair. For Erica Allreed and Brent Hall in the pit area, Tanner Faust and myself, we're going to be back very soon. H1 Unlimited is on deck.
H1 Unlimited Hydroplanes.
The world's fastest race boats.
10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Wow, really flying the boat. It doesn't get any better than that. Back here on the start-finish line, Brad Luce along with Tanner Faust. And when we say we're going to be back shortly, we mean back shortly. Here we are, right back again.
I thought we had a half-hour break. Here we are.
You were over there brewing another pot of coffee.
I was ready.
Getting ready to go. One of the things we want to do is we've got some personalities that we spoke with yesterday and also again today. We're going to start right now by throwing it back down to the pit area. Brent Hall and Erica Allreed down there are going to be the busiest two people. You and I get to sit up here in the cushy chair in the air conditioning. They get to run from one side to the pit area to the other. However, I did it for 30 years. It's the best job on the planet. But let's throw it down to Brent Hall right now. I believe he's had a conversation with Jamie Nielsen of the U11, the Miss FLAV-R-PAC.
I'm here with Jamie Nielsen, driver of the U11 Miss FLAV-R-PAC. Man, great to see you. What's going on?
Yeah, I mean, happy to be here. So we got great weather, great water, and the Miss FLAV-R-PAC's running good. So we're really happy with where we started off. We put up some good speeds there in testing.
Yep.
And we're looking forward to qualifying to see just how much we've improved in this week off. The crews worked really hard in the shop to give me and the Miss FLAV-R-PAC all the speed that they can. So looking forward to it.
Well, and I know you do everything you can to use that with your great start. So I know that's going to be a recipe again. So maybe what's your strategy? How does it change between Tri-Cities and Seattle?
You don't
have to tell me, but I get it.
The strategy is always, as the great Bill Munsey said, right? Hit a good start, lead them in the first turn, and improve your position from there. So that's the strategy for now, and we're going to stick with it.
Well spoken, and obviously it was great to see the Blue Blaster out, and Jimmy Johnson got a chance. What do you think of that? Jimmy Johnson coming and checking out our sport.
Oh, it's great. So, watched him on TV racing NASCAR for a long time. Got a ton of respect for the guy, and pretty cool to get to meet him here and watch him give our sport a try. So I'm anxious to hear what he thought about it and how he felt.
Yeah, it's going to be fun. I think his eyes are pretty wide open just on the test, so we can't wait to see when he drives it.
Yeah, I'm really looking forward to it. So I'll be watching for sure.
Awesome. Well, Jamie, thanks for spending some time. I know you got a lot to do, but we will talk again soon, I'm sure.
Hey, anytime. Appreciate it.
Thanks, Jamie.
Back here on start finish, a good interview there, Brent Hall with Jamie Nilsen. Jamie, I made the comment earlier, and you can comment to this now. We've had two races that we've put in the books. In Madison, Indiana, he was on the podium. He was in the number 3 spot. Walked out of Tri-Cities on the podium in the number 2 spot. Is there a little room at the top there for Jamie one of these days?
Maybe. If you were watching the live coverage, you saw it. If you watched the replay on YouTube, it wasn't in there. But at the finish of the last race, Jamie Nielsen and the team thought they had the win. They were told they had the win. It hadn't gone back to camera yet to completely confirm that Dave Vilwok, in fact, had the win. And you could see how emotional it was for the whole team. I mean, they had worked so hard on the FLAV-R-PAC rig to get everything going from the early testing that we did in Tri-Cities just a few months ago to now. And so, it just got yanked away from him at the last second. That carrot was dangling close. And I think he really, really wants to close the door on that, close the loop, and get that win for the season.
I think that would be the perfect postscript after what happened in the Tri-Cities and that whole situation that you just touched on. To have them walk out of Seattle Seafair with a victory, I think they would forget the Tri-Cities forever.
Yeah. No, I mean, it'd be a big deal. So, they're gunning for it. He's obviously keeping his strategy close to vest. It's funny how that works. You go through the pits. Sometimes you talk to them, and they're like, oh, you want to know? Oh, come on in the truck. Let me show you what prop we're running, and show you. And then other guys are like, I don't know what you're talking about. These boats have propellers. Didn't know that, And so it's totally different styles, team to team. But the FLAV-R-PAC team and Jamie Nilsen are keeping it close to the vest, and that's they're definitely when you see that in a team, they're gunning for number 1.
Absolutely they are, and I say it every week, so I guess we might as well just get it out of the way. One of these days, it's going to happen. And I just hope I'm in the pit area when that happens, because that's going to be a good party with the Rainies.
Oh, my gosh, yeah.
You might have to take a later flight out of Dodge here. One of the things we've been doing this year, and the father of this particular contest, if there is such a thing, is our stat man, Nick Kish. He came up with the idea of pick the prop. And you're involved in it. I'm involved with it. Brent involved. We got all our personalities involved here with our pick the prop. And I do not have our numbers right in front of me of exactly where we are right now, but I do have the standings. And that's what's really important, because just like the unlimited hydroplanes, we pick our boats for this particular race based on the inverse of our standing. So he or she who is at the bottom of the standings gets to pick first, and then boats come off the table and we pick subsequent to then. So in looking at our list, first of all, from top to bottom, as far as who's leading this show here, it's our fans. Our fans online.
From day one, they've been killing it.
Come on, aren't we supposed to be the experts? We're supposed to.
No.
And they're clobbering us.
No, I'm not supposed to be. It's you. Your pressure's on you.
I'm number 2. I'm number 2.
Are you into second?
Yes, I am.
I got booted out of second then.
Oh, yeah, we booted you down. How far did you get? Oh, you only went down 1 slot. So our fans are sitting in the number 1 spot. I am number 2. You, sir, are number 3. Erica Allreed comes in at number 4. The stat man, Nick Kish, it's not rigged, because if he is, he's not rigging it real well for himself. The stat man, Nick Kish, is next on the ladder, and guess that leaves one name left. Sorry, Mr. Hall, we were giving him a hard time about
Honestly,
it. But Brent's down there at the bottom. So in inverse order, and the way this works, Brent gets to pick first. Now, whatever boat he chooses, the next person can pick from all of the remaining boats. You can't pick the same boat Brent did, and as the boats go away. So when it gets down to the fans, the field's going to be pretty well chewed up by then. So it's a way of trying to put some parity back into this thing and help those at the bottom of the list move up. But then we get a second pick. And the second pick, you can pick any boat you want, but you can only pick that boat in your second slot once during the season. So if you pick the 91 somewhere else along the way, or in Madison where they always seem to do so well, you can't pick that boat again the rest of the year. So those are the rules and so forth. Let's take a look at who picked what. And our fans, they were leaning hard toward Andrew Tate. They wanted him at 52% for Andrew Tate, but they had already chosen him once before. So they could not. So anyway, our fans are going with Jamie Nielsen and the U11. Now, they had the last pick. Let me start that whole little piece over again. We're going to go back up to the top. Brent Hall in the first pick, because he's bottom in the points. He got the first choice.
And he took
the 91.
Andrew Tate. Okay.
He took the 91. My bad there on that.
Fair enough.
Nick, you got to give me a little more schooling on that one. So Brent Hall has the 91. This is his first pick. Statman, that'd be Nick Kish. He's picking J. Michael Kelly. I know the thinking there. He's won 4 times in a row on Lake Washington. If he wins his 5th this weekend, he'll be the first and only man ever to have done that. Erica, she likes Cory Peabody. Cory hasn't had good luck out here. He's number 1 on this particular lake. He would like to break through. So Erica is taking Cory Peabody. You, young man, you were so impressed with Dave Vilwok last week.
He's on a roll.
Let's roll it out there again.
He's on a roll. He's the fearless Dave. You called him Super Dave. My gosh, the guy's fearless, and maybe that's what it's going to take out here.
There you go. I, on the other hand, was up next. I took a different tact. I'm going with kind of an untested thing here. I'm going with Jeff Bernard.
Well, he's got new props.
He's got a new prop, and he's got a new transom on that boat. So the U12 Graham Trucking is mine. The fans, 52%. They wanted Andrew Tate. They didn't get him. They didn't get him at all, so they've got Jamie Nielsen in the U11. Then we go to the second pick, where everybody can pick whatever boat they want as long as they haven't chosen them this year before. Brent is going with J. Michael Kelly in the U8. The stat man going with Dave Vilwok. Erica, she likes that 4 in a row thing with J. Michael Kelly. She's going with Kelly. Guy named Tanner Faust, J. Michael Kelly again.
Yep.
You think he's going to get the 5th one in a row? I'm pulling out all the stops. I'm going with the 91, Andrew Tate. This is my day to play that card.
Okay, so you went with Andrew Tate on both picks?
No, I got the 12.
Okay. Oh, I got you.
I've got the 12, but I got 91. I'm spending that one.
Yes.
I got to do it here, San Diego. I'm taking him. The fans are taking J. Michael Kelly. I am sure the stat man. Well, there's our. Do we have our numbers up there? No, but we have our picks up there. So there are the picks for Pick the Prop, and you'll soon see that Brad Luce character on the right side of your screen, the second from the right, he will be moving to the right there. I'm gonna move over a spot, but the fans will clobber us again. Anyway,
now, what's at stake? I need to understand. Do we have? Is there?
Nick has not told us. Nick just gave the answer.
Figure it out later.
That's what he says to everything.
He's in the poll. It's a figure out later. Based on results is what happens. If he wins, then we all need to pitch in some money. If he's like, I don't know.
Well, I can tell you I have already pitched in some money because of a bet I lost in Madison. So right now I know there's at least a $20 bill toward the gift.
Okay.
Don't be saving any wall space to frame something beautiful on the wall should you win. Okay. 7 minutes and 40 seconds away from Heat 1A of the Apollo Mechanical Cup at Seafair. This is, as I said earlier and at the opening, we've been running unlimited hydroplanes here since 1951.
Yeah, that's incredible.
Yeah, we were talking about it with Brent because he grew up right over there in one of those houses that's staring at us.
So behind you is the race course, and when you said log line, is that literally they put a string of logs to back boats up against?
There is a string of logs over there. It's called the log boom. It's really not a boom. It's more of a string of logs, technically speaking. But let's take a look at our drivers that we're going to have here in our Heat 1A. And there's one of the top dogs right there, the U8, J. Michael Kelly, driving the Beacon Electric. He's won 4 straight on Lake Washington. He'd love to add number 5. Nobody has ever done 5 in a row. Looking just to his left there, you're going to see the U9. The U9 of the Beacon Plumbing. We know that blue, yellow, and white hydroplane. Predominantly white Cory Peabody. Cory had a big weekend last weekend. He won everything put in front of him, with the exception of the final. He made a mistake. He'll be the first to tell you. He wants redemption.
100%. I mean, just crossed the line a bit early, and 3 boats crossed the line a bit early, but that caught Cory out. He gathered all the points he could up to that point, and so he's, for sure looking for redemption.
He certainly is. Here's Jamie Nielsen in the U11, the Miss FLAV-R-PAC. There's Jamie Nielsen right there, the former shortstop from the Central Washington University. Spent a little time in the Kansas City Royals Farm Organization. Spent a year down there. Great story about that someday, I'll have to tell you. And now we are looking at Andrew Tate. There is the U91. Andrew Tate will be here shortly on our screen. The young man out of Canton, Michigan, wants to have a good day today. I think he's quietly very, very focused. You see the lids are down on the boat. The count is going on. We are coming up on 30 seconds until the start. And now it's time to remind our fans this one little piece to the puzzle so nobody jumps off that dock too quick. A crew member has to have a hand physically touching the race boat while it is at the dock. You see that crew member at the very back of the U91. He must maintain contact with the boat when the clock says 5:00.
Yeah, just 10 seconds left, and then the race before the race starts. It's, the boats will have changed gearing, gearbox, prop, have a strategy for exactly when they need to, what lane they want to choose. If they're taking the tighter inside line, they'll have a little bit lower gear ratio, etc. So it's all predetermined, but everybody has a plan till they get punched in the face, is the saying in racing. So just have to see how it shakes out.
It is the 2025 Apollo Mechanical Cup at Seafair, and it is Heat 1A. Boats are coming out on the race course. We will have them here. 1, 2, 3 boats, 4 boats. Everybody is away from the dock.
So just a reminder, at 1:15, they basically stack up behind the cross. They cross the line at 1:15, and at that point their lanes are determined. But up until that point, they can jostle for lane choice. They can cut the course. They just have to. Before that 1:15, it's 7 boat lengths. Is that correct? They can't cross in front of someone unless there's a 7 boat lengths or a rooster tail.
It's 5 boat lengths
5.
or a rooster tail length during the pre-race. During the milling period, which we're watching right now, it becomes 7 during the racing.
Got it.
And the only other thing I'm going to say there, I'll just correct, is The score-up buoy is at 115. They can still change lanes after they score up, but it is the entrance pin to turn 2. That is the point at which they are determining their lane, and they must bring that lane, whatever lane they are in at the entrance, to turn number 2 after the score-up. That's the line they must bring to the start-finish line. And as far as cutting the race course, you've got a course map there off to your right. You see it is pretty much wide open here for where the boats can cut front to back. Interesting development going on right there. You are looking at the U91, Andrew Tate, as he goes slowly up the backstretch here with 250. Andrew's setting himself right on an inside lane. He's serious. I think he won. Now, did somebody just jump inside of him? Jamie Nielsen did. He left the door open. Andrew Tate. Now watch J. Michael Kelly. See what Kelly does. Kelly can do a little leapfrog here. He is on the outside. Now Andrew gives it a squirt, and Andrew comes up, but Andrew chose. Andrew went through the rooster tail there. That was his choice. That was not a cut by Mike on him. And just like that, Andrew went from an inside lane. He's now sitting in lane number 3. Again, though, Tanner, these lanes could still change.
They have a minute, basically, to get from where they are entering turn 2 to get around to the start-finish, which is right on the exit of turn 2. Is that typical that the start-finish line is just after or turn 2, or is it usually further down the straightaway?
It varies from race course to race course. We got this one sitting pretty much in the middle.
Kind of in the middle. Okay.
Yeah, pretty much in the middle. The interesting boat here that we're not seeing on the screen right now is Cory Peabody. He is way behind everybody. Yeah. He is just now entering the top end of the race course. They have to come down at 2 minutes and 15 seconds. And we are still, 1 minute and 15 seconds. We're at 1:35, so they're going to come crawling to the line. Watch and see if Cory doesn't do something here. Cory is still at the top end. You see him there on the left side of the screen.
And full speed for Cory now.
Yeah, now he could bring speed to the line. He could leapfrog all of them. This could be an interesting move. Watch Cory. He's coming up on an inside lane now. He's going to come up inside of Andrew Tate. Tate can't move now because Cory's there, and Andrew just steps up there on a legal score up at 1:15, and like that, Andrew Tate has been pushed to the far outside. That was pretty interesting, Tanner. I'm surprised. I am very surprised that Andrew Tate left the door wide open there for Cory.
Well, it's just a determination of how wide you lead the lane. I mean, do you have to literally sit on the wake of the boat off to your side in order to make sure it's 100% closed?
Pretty much, yeah. You really do, because somebody can try and squeeze themselves in there, although a lane is defined as 30 feet. 30 feet wide, and of course that is in the eyes of the chief referee because they don't have measuring sticks across the front of the boats. Anyway, 30 seconds. Now it is all about bringing your boat to the start-finish line here as the clock strikes 0. You see Andrew Tate out in front of everybody as we get to 20 seconds. He's going to be the one on the far outside, so he's got the furthest distance to go. Got all 4 boats up there, Tanner. This could be a good start.
Yeah. J. Michael Kelly a little bit far behind, but he's trying to build up to speed. We haven't seen Andrew Tate choose the inside line all year, to be honest, and we come down with 5 seconds.
And we are 4, 3, 2, 1. Mark, going to be a legal start. J. Michael Kelly's going to break the clock in the U8, the Beacon Electric. He is coming down. He's going to have the lead getting down to the bottom end of the race course. The start is clean. Now, who's going to get out first? It's going to be J. Michael Kelly. And Cory Peabody got terribly wet down there. I don't know exactly what happened to him. I did not see it. We will go back and check it. But right now, our leader up the backstretch is J. Michael Kelly in the U8, the Beacon Electric. Cory Peabody is down in the first turn. Kelly on an inside lane. He's inside of Andrew Tate. He's still got Jamie Nielsen inside of him, but he's going to have to work on keeping Tate on his right side rear view mirror, Tanner.
Great exit at turn 2 for Tate, and this is something he's been doing all season, is getting good clean exits and riding the outside line and just using outright boat speed to catch his competitors.
Now they got to be careful of Cory Peabody down there. They've got spotters that are telling him where he is. We are on lap 2 of 3. Remember, we only go 3 times around here in our prelims. Cory's trying to get refired down there. Kelly went inside of him. I don't know, and there goes Andrew Tate on the outside. Tate has gotten past Kelly. He's out by about 2.5 boat lengths. There's that shoot speed, straight out speed from Andrew Tate.
Yeah, I mean, his whole ruse of getting on the inside lane early in that race before the race could have been just that, a ruse, because he's made that outside lane work all year.
He certainly has. Coming off the top end of the race course, Kelly makes up ground on the inside lane, but it is still Andrew Tate, Goodman Real Estate. He is going to come down a complete lap number 2 of 3, and he's now opened up about 2/3 of a rooster tail on J. Michael Kelly, who still sits off to his left on the inside lane. I don't think Tate's going to close the door on him. He doesn't really have enough room to do it, so I'm sure he'll stay right where he is, keeping an eye on Cory Peabody. Both boats go inside him up the backstretch, and now Andrews opened up almost a rooster tail, Tanner. He's got this one in control if he can get through the north turn clean.
Yeah, he sure does, and the water is actually great on that on the top of the course. Getting a little bit rough in turn 1, but turn 2 looks like something they can completely commit to.
J. Michael Kelly makes up ground on the inside, but he's going to run out of real estate. And here comes Andrew Tate, U91 Goodman Real Estate. Perfect boat ride from an outside lane. He'll pick up a first in our first Heat 1A. And here is second place to J. Michael Kelly in the U8, the Beacon Electric. Third place, going to go to the Miss FLAV-R-PAC and Jamie Nielsen. But you're looking at Andrew Tate at the bottom end of the race course. And where is Cory? Is Cory running anywhere on the race course? I do not see him.
He's straight across.
He is still
on the back
down.
straightaway. Yep.
He is still down. And if that is the case, that is a costly heat. We were talking about national high points, Tanner, and how quickly it can change. He's got to get that thing refired. If he can score any points here, it will help him, because a goose egg versus Andrews 400 points, that's going to be tough in the high points. It'll tighten everything right back up.
Now, does he just need to cross the start-finish line, or does he need to complete all the laps?
He's got to complete all his laps, and he has a certain amount of time to do it. And I'm not sure what we got some hand signals here on how many minutes it is. I was going to say it was 9. We're not sure on that one, but there is a time limit. There is a time limit that he has to finish, and he's also got to be up in a planing attitude and running when that happens, and right now he clearly is not. But the man of the hour right now is the U91. It is the Goodman Real Estate. It is Andrew Tate. On paper, he's got 400 big points. Here comes J. Michael Kelly. He will come back to the pit area. Still looking at Cory over there. He's trying to get it lit, but this isn't going to work for him. This doesn't look positive.
Now you can see, I'm looking at a bit of a replay, maybe we'll show here in a second. Cory just got drawn to the outside and into Andrew Tate's wake, and that's what happened. You can't see if he got airborne, but we saw a huge splash from our perspective, and it just looked like he got possibly turned a bit sideways, and the boat bit stuck and flamed out, and he was just stuck in the water after going into Andrew Tate's wake.
Now, in looking at that on the replay, the question's going to be, was there a lane in there for Cory Peabody? What I just saw from the air here and from that replay that we just saw, I would say there was a line in there. It appeared to me as though perhaps Cory could not hold his going through, but we'll let the officials make that call. Either way, Andrew. And we are being told now officially there is no call on the water in turn 1. So that's a big deal. That means that one, if any question you had there is completely off the table. There is no call down there, that from the chief referee. So now if Andrew Tate, well, no call in turn 1. That doesn't necessarily mean no call on the water anywhere. There's an interesting one right there. Is a fist bump from Dave Vilwok in the U27 and Andrew Tate as Dave gets ready to go in our Heat 1B. But whatever went on down there in turn 1, there were no calls, so apparently the officials saw it the way I did. There was a lane in there for Cory. Cory just slid out or whatever may have happened.
What a great feeling. It's, part celebration, 2 parts relief in that moment for Andrew Tate. I'm sure last weekend wasn't the greatest, again, qualifying first and not bringing home the win. But this is the way to do it. You maximize your points. He's been fast in practice. He knows he's got a quick boat. He knows if he keeps it clean, he's going to be able to pull off a win here. And he started the weekend out right.
And poor Cory Peabody, who has just not been able to break through on this particular body of water, has a rough start here at the Apollo Mechanical Cup at Seafair. However, as you and I have talked on a number of occasions, and I think we talked last week, if you're going to have a bad day, don't have it on Sunday. Have it on Friday or Saturday. So I think he'll take it. That's okay. Put it in the rearview mirror. You can't dwell on it. It's done. It's gone.
It is, and it's, I mean, I don't know if there's a lesson to learn from that. The hallway, as it were, looked pretty narrow, and one small skip from that skid fin, and he's on the outside hitting that wall, and nothing you could do about that. And Cory, strangely, all season has had a bit of an issue flaming out. All season, every pre-race and race before the race, he's always had a bit of an issue. Seems like his boat is more sensitive to possibly going to ground idle and flaming out than some of the other boats.
Let's go down to the pit area. I think our Erica Allreed is standing by with our winner, Andrew Tate. Erica, take it away.
Andrew kicking off the weekend on the highest note possible with that heat victory. What did that drive require from you as a driver as you had to go around the outside of J. Michael Kelly?
Yeah, I'm not sure if Mike was legal at the start. If he was, he nailed it. But we were coming with a head of steam, and we were able to run him down. We got a really fast boat. The Goodman guys here at BWR Racing really put a nice piece of equipment underneath me. So, yeah, hell of a start to the weekend.
And we saw some things happen out on course there with Cory Peabody, and you were debriefing with your team there and saw a couple of marks on the boat that weren't there initially. Can you take us through possibly what had happened?
Yeah, Cory was in the tunnel there going into turn one, and I guess he got into someone's tail, and there was definitely some pieces there waiting for me the next time I came around. So hopefully he's okay, and hopefully the Beacon guys are okay with their boat. But unfortunately, it looks like they're going to have some work to do to get ready for the next one.
Well, congratulations on that performance. We look forward to seeing you back out there in Heat 2.
Thank you.
That was probably the best part of the whole thing, was that little high five that Erica got there from Andrew. Good to have Erica back with us this weekend and down in the pit area. As I said before, I haven't even seen her yet, so we'll catch up when we get to the air show.
She's over there.
Yeah, she's way down there.
Yeah, across the water. I mean, it is quite a distance from the pits to here.
It is.
You have the choice of a scooter, a water taxi, or a taxi.
Or there's one other one, and I walked it a couple of times yesterday.
No,
so the good old PEDS work. But
that's crazy.
Interesting part there that I did not have any insight to. Andrew was talking about parts and pieces of the U9 laying down there in turn one when they came down the second time. So apparently there was something. Maybe that was impact with the water. You talked about seeing a splash down there. I definitely saw the splash on the replay, but I couldn't see what happened. But the next time I saw Cory Peabody's boat, it was going almost 90 degrees in a different direction to the left. Maybe he hooked the boat, and hopefully he hasn't lost pieces on the bottom of the boat. Maybe if they did, maybe something on the decking. However, the good news was he was still trying to get started, so you would think he wasn't taking on water.
It was, and it's hard to see from here, but I mean, they're already pulling 4 Gs just to make the corner, and then to have basically a hop and a bite. I mean, when you wear a head restraint system, some of these guys have Hans devices that only protects in a forward motion. Right. Some of them have a hutch device that actually mounts to their body, and that will protect some laterally. But, I mean, the strain on the neck, you got to – Cory can get some whiplash from that. You got to make sure that he's okay. That's a lot on a human body. That's as much as some of these, Blue Angels are experiencing once you take a hop and bite into that water like that.
I'm not sure if we can go to another camera, but I think we have a drone, or we have a camera right now on the U9. And we were talking about hopefully no damage to the boat, but I'm looking at something here that may show that the boat might be listing a little bit to the left. And I'm just wondering if possibly Cory might be taking on water a little bit there. If we can jump to that view, maybe we'll get a good look at Cory Peabody's U9, the Beacon Plumbing. And now we are getting a look at it there, and it looks as though the left side definitely hanging down in the water there a little bit.
And has he lost his canard again? It looked like that front canard was
it is gone. It is definitely gone.
That's significant damage because that canard it has a structural element to it, and we found that it took his whole weekend out before. There you see the cowling. Gosh,
yeah, the whole.
I mean, at 100 plus 120 miles an hour, that water has some amazing force, doesn't it? It's always surprising to see how much damage these boats take from going through some rooster tails.
Yeah, the entire air scoop is gone, and the left sponson is almost completely underwater there. There's water going all across the top of the sponson. This is not good.
No, Cory is he's standing all the way on the back right, trying to keep that left sponson out of the water, but it's not working. And you can imagine there's a huge hole there in the hull where that canard was attached. We may get a better angle from here. But he's got quite a ways to get back to the dock here.
He's got a long ways to get back to the dock, and we saw this in Gunnersville when they had their issue. We saw this in Gunnersville after Dave Vilwok had his crash in the 27, and when he landed in the water, it wiped out the front canard wing on Cory Peabody's U9. And had we been able to go racing the next day, they were going to have to run that race without the canard. Now, it's not just as simple to say they lost the canard down there, they couldn't run with it. They lose it here, they can't run with it. Two things going on here. It depends on the bracketry. It depends on how much of the bracketry is still there and how bad it got damaged inside both of the sponsons where the canard is connected. And then, of course, that is a moving part. So it has to be able to be controlled by the driver in the cockpit. So there's a lot to consider with that. The air scoop and the cowling there, I don't care about any of that. But then the other piece to the puzzle is there's other damage to that boat, which is causing the left side of it to drop down in the water. It just, yeah, there may be some damage. I see you pointing there at the fairing on the, oh yeah, there's definitely damage back there. There's probably another set of those in the truck. So I think we're going to try and queue up another replay of this. I don't know what we're going to be able to see, but maybe we can step through it and maybe we can see a little better what perhaps happened to Cory Peabody. Now it's already, there's the big splash that you saw, and now the boat is going substantially sharper to the left. There they are crossing. Yeah, we're just seeing the boat. It looks like he got into the rooster tail of the 95, and there was the big splash that occurs it's right there. You see the big splash coming up on the left side of the screen, and Cory's in there somewhere, and then Cory emerges from that.
Well, we can't see what happened. You can see if you back up more, I mean, which is not something they're able to do, but you can't see what happened when he got into that hallway. If he had a bit of a skip, if the skid fin popped out of the water a little bit, but what took him on a slightly wider line. You can see it's a pretty narrow lane that he's trying to get through at 100 and turning in at 180, 190 miles an hour, but yeah, just wasn't able to stay in that tunnel as Andrew Tate described, and that's all it takes.
So a tough break there for Cory Peabody, and forget the points, forget the fact he gets a DNF in our Heat 1A. They've got some pretty serious damage now there. Now, I've said this before on our broadcast. I was a sales guy, so I was born optimistic. Give you some good news. If they have to do a lot of work, their shop is just down the road. So they are at least in town, and if they need to do some fabrication work overnight or need to do work on the hull, they could yank it out of here and be in their shop. At least they're not clear across the country with no place really to go.
So tough.
They do have that, and they may have people that they can send down to the shop and have something done, but that's not a good-looking picture right there of Cory Peabody standing at the back of the boat. I know he's disappointed.
Yep. Now, you can see that Cory does use the Hutch system rather than a Hahn system, so he probably did have some protection a little bit on that side load. But here you can see.
There's Cory.
Yeah. He's trying to turn into the lane there. He does have room, but you don't see a particular skip. He just didn't get the hook from the skid fin to get it to turn in there, it looked like.
Yeah, that's the view we need right there. As they enter the corner, he's got a line in there, and then he just slowly goes out of sight into the rooster tail. And then the next time we see him, he's veering hard to the left. He's fine there, but he's getting close. Now he goes into the rooster tail. There's the big splash right there, and then the boat is coming out very quickly on a much different line to the left.
And to be fair, if you look at lane 1 and 2 with Nielsen and J. Michael Kelly is not far off of the inside. They're taking it pretty far to the inside. Lane 2 is pretty tight there, and maybe Cory wasn't expecting lane 2 to turn so tight. Who knows? I can't imagine at 180, 190 miles an hour just trying to turn right into J. Michael Kelly's wake, essentially, to stay in lane 3. But long and short of it is the last time he had a canard come off, the plan was keep the boat floating, forget the canard, gather every bit of points you can, knowing that you're not going to be competitive. But here, as you said, because their shop is so close, they may be able to pull off something heroic tonight. It's a massive amount of structural body work, not just cosmetic body work, that holds that canard on there. And so either way, the team is looking at a pretty long night, and they've already got the crane ready to pull that thing out to drain it.
Yeah, and they will pull it up very, very slowly. And when they do, I think you're going to see it tipping toward the forward left side of the boat. On the downside of things for Strong Racing and the Beacon Plumbing, depending on what kind of work they have to do here, and you see, I just saw their crew chief there taking a look at the boat with his hand in his pockets. The cosmetic stuff there on the air scoop, they've got another one of those in the truck. That's nothing. That's just the water ripping that thing apart. But it's going to be up front on that left sponson that you see laying down there in the water. There's Jeff Campbell on the very, very far left of the screen. That's Jeff with the sweatshirt on, hands in his pockets. He's going, this might be a long night. On the downside for them, I mentioned the shop being in town. That's a good thing. On the downside of that is this is Heat 1A and 1B. We are running 2A and 2B this afternoon. It would be better for them if we were running those 2 heats tomorrow, just to give them more time to try and make the second heat. But if they miss both the first 2, the first one being with this particular accident, and if they miss the second heat today, that leaves them only 1 heat to get points tomorrow. That would be tough on them. Again, we're just supposing here. It doesn't look too bad on the right-hand side there where the canard wing attaches. Looks like some of the bracketry is still there.
Oh, gosh, did you see the cut under the waterline? We just pulled away from that shot, but there was literally a cut under the waterline from when the canard came off and went into the side of the inside edge of the hull.
You can only imagine what that force must be. Oh, there you go, right there. Yeah. There's the hole. Oh. Very good. That's, oh my goodness.
Yeah, so, just like you said, it's listing over there. They just got to hang it there and let it drain. But also on the outside of the right sponson there was damage. So he wasn't one of the boats that came back, of course, and hit his own hardware. So it gives you an idea of the fact that the outside of the right sponson has damage. You look at where that canard is connected, just under the driver's feet. There's damage right there. I mean, geez, the G load laterally must have just been insane to do all that damage to those structural junctions there.
Great camera work there showing us what has happened and what the damage looks like down there. The hole, it's not terribly large. Not terribly large. They will look at that when they get it on a trailer. You may see the boat. Yep, there is some marking on the right side of the boat, on the left side of the screen.
I mean, unless somebody clipped him while he was sitting in the water, which I don't think happened. Having the damage on the outside right like that was literally just from blunt impact when it skipped out of the water in the wake and hit back and made that huge splash that we saw.
Well, you mentioned going into that corner at a $170, $175, 80, and then take a 7,000-pound race boat and just slam it sideways into a wall of water, by the way, too. We'll just throw that in for good measure. That's going to be a busy team. Don't be surprised if you don't see that boat on the barrels, because if you put that boat back on the trailer on the bunks, if you put that boat back on the trailer and you set it on the bunks, you're probably not going to have access to that hole. So they'll perhaps get the trailer out of there and they'll set the boat on barrels where the boat can be up off the ground a little bit, but they can get access to that hole, depending on where the bunk lines up with the hole in the sponson. But
I mean, at this point, they've got to be wondering, do we take this thing straight to the shop now?
Yeah, do we do it now, or do we bite the bullet and get out of here? Do we try and fix it? I'm sure there's going to be a quick meeting. I'm sure Jeff Campbell, who's one of the, bar none, best in the business, he will take a look at it. They will make a quick decision, and as soon as that thing's dry, you see them hanging it there. As soon as it's dry, they will get it up and decide where they're going to put it. That's just water running, I believe, back down the hull.
one of the things that is working in their favor is that we do have an air show coming up with the Blue Angels, so there's a hard out for the boats on the water. And if anything gets delayed, then that Heat 2B, the whole round could get pushed till tomorrow. So we'll have to see what happens with the GP racing.
Yeah, that would not be ideal for the event itself,
No.
but they would buy some time anywhere they could. We were handed a note here from the officials, and I guess it means at least somebody's listening to us. The officials might have us in their ear. We were talking about how long Cory Peabody had to finish that heat. After the other boats had finished, how long would he have had if he could have lit the candle and got the boat back up and running? The answer is usually 5 minutes. So they'll give him 5 minutes once the heat is completed by every other boat. Got a good look there at the right side fairing on the back of the boat. As I said, that's purely cosmetic. They've got more of those in the back of the truck.
But an amazing indication of the lateral whiplash that boat sustained by taking that side load, because that essentially, that upright, just the weight of the cross airfoil snapping and pushing into that fairing, which is structurally reinforced diagonally. It was so much load that it literally broke the upright. I mean, that's like your neck holding up your helmet and your head.
Absolutely.
So really amazing that Cory's just walking out of that unfazed. So, I mean, that's certainly the silver lining to all this, but a lot of work ahead for that team.
Yeah, and the comment gets made that, I say they got extra sets of fairings in the truck and extra cowlings and all that stuff, and they do. They might be red and yellow and say Beacon Electric on them. We've seen that done before, where all of a sudden the Beacon Plumbing comes out looking like a crossbreed between the two of them. You never know. But when they do have two boats in the same shop like this, they were built from different places. They were built by and designed by different people and built at different times. But as they work on these boats during the off seasons, they try and get commonality among the parts as best they can. Yes, so this might happen. They could interchange parts between the two boats. Let's throw it down to our Erica Allreed and see what she might know in the pit area. Erica, take it away.
So much, Brad. I was just chatting with some team representatives on the damage that we obviously witnessed on Cory Peabody's boat. They let me know that the left inside air trap from the canard caused major damage to that left side, which we had saw the water pouring out on the live stream. The shear has major impact, and so does the front spar cover, cowling damage, fairing damage on right side, and they said, unfortunately, that is just the visuals. So they won't know more until they get this thing back onto shore and in the pit area, but they're going to do a mad dash and do everything they can to get Cory Peabody back out on the water, guys.
Well, thank you, Erica, for that report, and very well done, and I appreciate her taking the effort there to write everything down in some of the comments. The scariest thing I heard them say was she talked about the spar. Now, the spar is, if we can see a boat, if we can show Cory there on the sling, I see he's being lifted out of the water. You have the canard, which runs across the front of the boat, and that is the movable piece that Cory controls in the boat. But then right behind that, there is a piece that comes from the inside of the sponson to the cockpit area, and then out the other side, there is another one. So there's two pieces there between the cockpit and the inside of the sponson on either side. She mentioned that if that has got damage or is bent or is structurally in trouble, they've got a potentially serious problem.
And we saw that from the visuals we had of the boat in the sling. You can see cracking of the fiberglass right at the junctions of the spar to the cockpit area, right underneath the driver's foot, basically. So that would be a big deal.
Yeah, that would be a very big deal. 5 minutes and 40 seconds to our Heat 1B. We need to get going here. We got racing still to come. Jeff Bernard going to take to the water in the U12. The Graham Trucking, glad to have them back out. It was their turn to taste the damage issue a week ago in Tri-Cities, but they're back, and they are ready to go. Jeff Bernard, the U12, the red, black, and silver of the Graham Trucking. Now we zoom in on our Victor from last week in the Tri-Cities, the U-27, the red, white, and blue, the Miss Apollo, and there is the man fresh off a victory in the Gold Cup, Dave Vilwok, soon to be inducted in the Motorsports Hall of Fame of America. Quite a story there. This guy knows Lake Washington. He could probably drive this place blindfolded. I suggest he doesn't do that, but he probably could. And then Gunnar. See if he can just go out and collect. That's what it's all about. Get points. There he is. Gunnar O'Farrell, driver of the U-21, the Spirit of America. It's red, white, and blue. Got gold on the decks. And we're 4 minutes and 35 seconds away from the start. Tanner, we got to put the Beacon Plumbing in the rearview mirror. Time to go racing here. Heat 1B of the Apollo Mechanical Cup at Seafair.
Yeah, and just a reminder on Gunnar, his break-in miles have been achieved. He did a great job back there in Tri Harbors and drove around the outside, collected points, got a lot of second place points. But now that he's got that under his belt, maybe he has a chance to be a little more aggressive. And he's going against one of the masters in the business here. In Heat 1B with Dave Vilwok, who we've seen him use the strategy many times of parking on the inside with a couple minutes to go, really locking out that inside lane. We'll see if he does that here.
Before you got on the pipes here this morning, I was talking with Brent Hall during our test session. We were talking about Gunnar O'Farrell, and he made a comment about Gunnar and his mullet hairdo. Did you hear that comment?
I sure did not.
He was talking about it. Maybe everybody knows this comment except me. He says, I like that hairdo. He said, it's business in the front and a party in the back. I hadn't heard that one before. Maybe that's an old one.
That's how I live my life, a quarter mile at a time, you know.
3:25 until the start. Jeff Bernard comes down across start-finish line. He is on an inside line right now. Where is Dave? Is Dave even away from the dock? No, he's not. He's coming out right now. And again, this is the same thing he did last week in the Tri-Cities. Every single heat, he was the last boat out on the race course, and he just came out and tooled slowly up the backstretch. You going to do it again?
Well, he did it exactly 3 minutes at Tri-Cities. I was watching his guys literally count it down to push the boat off the dock. He's 10 seconds early this time. Must have just felt right. Followed right in line. He doesn't need a warm-up lap. I mean, he's, like you said, he can get around here blindfold. And but the other boats are slowing on the inside as well, almost ready for his strategy this time.
Yeah, and I think right now at 2:40 until the start, I think that Bernard there on the inside and Gunnar O'Farrell in lane 2, I think they're just going to continue to cruise around, and they'll come down and score up at the minute 15 mark. They've got a little over a minute to kill. Dave's going to come up behind him, and Dave's coming up with a lot more speed than he did last week. Let's see what Dave does. He's going to pull up on the outside, but now that's going to make those two guys off to his left have to think about this a little bit, because Dave could give it a squirt and move left. He could certainly do that on Gunnar. Now, it's interesting. Gunnar's on an inside lane right now. Not the inside lane, but he's at least sitting in between boats. He still has plenty of time if he wants to move to the outside.
Yeah, it's the first time we've seen Gunnar fighting for the inside. All the boats giving each other a lot of respect there. So maybe there's some shenanigans to be had after they cross the start-finish line, but they have 30 seconds before the score-up is complete.
And actually, I don't think anything's going to change. I think these guys like where they are. I think Jeff wanted to be in lane number 1. I think Dave wants to be on the outside. I think, honestly, Dave in the back of his mind thinks I've got this field covered, and I think he will just take his time and run them down on the outside. Gunnar has found himself now on an inside lane, coming up on 1:20. Remember, you cannot cross the start-finish line until 1 minute and 15 seconds. That's 2 seconds, 1 mark right there. It's a clean score. Now Dave gives it a little squirt. So does Jeff. Jeff says no, but the key is so does Gunnar. Gunnar is in between boats, so Gunnar is doing his job to protect that lane inside Dave and Jeff.
Now Gunnar may find himself in the hallway, as it were, in turn 1, which, I mean, it's what an amazingly difficult, technical, dangerous place to be. So for Gunnar, it's going to be critical that he gets right on the clock for this start and gives himself a clean turn 1.
And I can hear Mr. Jeff Bernard in there right now saying something about turnabout is fair play, because it was those same two boats last week, except it was Jeff Bernard that got caught in the hallway and was given ground to the boats on either side, and it got very, very difficult. Top end of the race course. Boats are going to come down. This time we will be racing. The lanes they are in now are the lanes they are going to race in. Going to be Bernard in 1. Going to be Gunnar O'Farrell in lane number 2 on the outside. It is going to be Dave Vilwok. We have lost our clock here. We're inside 15. We're coming up on 10 seconds. In fact, now we're down to 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Mark, I think it's a clean start if our clock was right, but Jeff had to pull back on the throttle, so he didn't have boat speed, and Gunnar and Dave are both going to pull up on him. It's a clean start down to the lower corner. Jeff Bernard going to come out with a 3 or 4 boat length lead, but he's got Gunnar and Dave right in that right side rear view mirror.
Gunnar survived that first turn. Dave is just teeing it up now, trying to add that boat speed. Sure enough, Dave on the outside of Gunnar's made the pass. Gunner's going to have to shoot through the hallway in turn 2. But Jeff extending his lead coming into turn 2 after first lap.
Yeah, careful, Gunnar. You're back there going to be in the hallway, and Gunnar is sticking his nose in there. But Jeff Bernard showing some serious speed here. There's Dave. Where's Gunnar? There he is. Lots of lane space up there. Dave has gotten around Gunnar, and he's going to set sail for Jeff Bernard. Jeff does not want to give this position up. This is going to be good. Gunnar is dropping back. Jeff's got about 2/3 of a rooster tail, but he's got a right side mirror full of Dave Vilwok, Tanner.
Well, at this point, Dave is probably still too close to cut it all the way into lane 2. Gunnar doing a great job of hugging the inside. Actually, Gunnar crosses over. Is he looking for the inside lane? He sure is. But Jeff still extending, well, holding his lead. Dave is really chasing him down, actually.
He certainly is, but Jeff Bernard, he is no stranger to this position. He knows what to do. Watch how the line changes as he goes through this corner. Is he going to stay tight? Is he going to go wide? Jeff is going to go wide. He's going to make Dave run a big course up there at the top end. They're going to come down and put lap number 2 of 3 in the books. And it is Jeff Bernard, and he's going to have to hold off Dave for one more lap. And right now, he's open the water. He's got a rooster tail and a half.
Yeah, he sure is, and he did exactly what you said. He started out tight and pushed Dave wide on the last one, and that cost Dave probably 5 boat lengths. I'm not sure he's got enough to make up for it, and he's doing the same thing at the top of the course.
Yeah, he is doing the same thing. It's called hiding the buoys. When you get a guy on your hip like that, they can't see the buoys. They can't see them, so they've got to drive off your arc. He's got radio guys trying to tell him, and I think the radio guys just told Dave, let him go. This is the final lap there at the top end. It seemed like Dave pulled his foot a little bit, and now he has definitely dropped back. Jeff Bernard, here's a surprise in our Heat 1B. Jeff Bernard, the former T6 Budweiser, after a tough weekend last weekend on the Columbia River, opens up with a bang here, and on the water, he has got a first place finish. Wow, how about that one?
Well, I'm starting to feel a little bit like bad luck. I had picked Jeff Bernard last weekend for the pick the prop, and he broke 2 props.
Yeah.
Which I think might be a world record. One in a GP boat, one in an H1. And now he's not my pick, and he's winning the heat. So
we might have to get with the stat man here and find out who picked him and picked the prop. Who picked you 12?
Oh, is that? Oh, you did?
I did.
Oh,
I've got him.
Oh, we're just losing money standing here. Gosh.
It's a tough sport. Tough sport. So remember, our finish order is only as it is on the water. They have to go through tech inspection. However, our officials have told us the racing, Tanner, this is really important, the racing was clean on the water, so there's not going to be any on the water infractions. The only thing we have to wait now for is the tech truck. This is a big change within H1 Unlimited last year. We are starting to get very quick information from the chief referee that the racing is clean on the water, meaning once you hear about tech inspection, that is your official winner. So how about that for Jeff Bernard?
Yeah, that's great. And, Dave, he did seem like he had the speed to run him down after the first lap. But as soon as he did exactly like you said he would and pushed him a little bit wide, that was that. So Brad has literally just taken his headset off and walked away. We're going to take a break here as we look at Jeff Bernard make his way back to the dock. We're going to find out from the officials, make sure everybody's clean in tech, make sure their fuel flow and their N2 is all within legal limits, which takes a few minutes after the boats are back at the dock. You see them pop open a hatch over on the right sponson there. It's the first thing that happens once the boats get to the dock is an official goes in there, pulls out the black box, and analyzes that data. They have their own computer that gets their own data separate from the team, so make sure that it's something that can't be hacked or tampered with. But that's a very happy Graham Trucking racing team there. And Jeff Bernard, after one of the worst weekends of his career last weekend, getting a little bit of vindication. So we're going to take a step away here. We got GP boats headed out. Got a lot of racing coming up. And we'll take a quick break here, but we got some interviews coming up, so don't go away.
Back here on the start-finish line tower, Brad Luce, along with Tanner Faust, you're watching H1 Unlimited's coverage of the Apollo Mechanical Cup at Seafair, and we are on the start-finish line where we just had a very exciting, although not maybe the closest competitive heat we've seen all year, but it was very striking, and Dave Vilwok seemed to be the good boat on paper, the one you'd put your money on, but it was Jeff Bernard with a good start and an inside lane. He held him off.
I mean, nobody saw his speed last weekend because he chucked the prop and destroyed the end of the boat, but we've got Eric Allreed down there to talk to the heat winner, Jeff Bernard.
Jeff, congratulations on that performance. Your first heat victory since San Diego of 2022. What was the main ingredient in piecing that one together?
Just get lane one. We tested and qualified great this morning. Our qualifying was just a smidge over, so we knew we had a good boat. We were right around the 150 range. Get lane one, obviously, with Apollo out there and Gunnar. They were fast last weekend, so just getting a good start in position, but thank you, Rob Graham Trucking, and this whole team. We've been just busting our butts for 5 months, and then when the prop came off, man, long week, so this feels good.
Does it make this performance even sweeter?
Yeah.
To say the least. Well, congratulations, Jeff. We look forward to seeing you out there in GPs.
Thank you.
Doesn't get much better than that. You work your tail off and suddenly you find yourself a little emotional.
I mean, it shows you, I mean, we got the vintage boats cruising by, so it's a little bit loud, but it just gives you an idea of how hard each one of these heats is. They're incredibly valuable from a points standpoint, but I mean, you would think he just won the weekend. And it's very, very difficult to pull it off at the end of the day, have everything work right and be at top of your game and beat the other boats on the water. So that's great for Jeff Bernard and the whole team.
I would hate to venture a guess when the last time was they got some serious pillow time, because they've really been working. So that was kind of the story. No, it was the story of our Heat 1B of the Apollo Mechanical Cup at Seafair. Jeff Bernard on the water came away with a victory in Heat 1B. Dave Vilwok coming home in second place. Gunnar O'Farrell was third on the water. We are going to step away right now. We're going to step away for about a minute, and we will be right back. And when we do come back, you mentioned it, the vintage boats are on the water. That's not loud. That's a great sound. That's what it is.
It smells wonderful.
We will be back. Give us about a minute. We'll be back with vintage.
H1 Unlimited Hydroplanes.
The world's fastest race boats.
10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Oh, really flying the boat. It doesn't get any better than that. They are going to be side by side. This is for the checkered flag. I get on? Back here on the start-finish line, Tower, we are up for our next heat of Grand Prix racing. It is listed here as Heat 3A, and listing it as Heat 3A would imply there will be a Heat 3B. There will not be. We have had two of our Grand Prix teams that have scratched from this heat only, and that is the GP5 of Grant Racing and the GP 135 of Cool Cat Motorsports. They have both scratched for this heat. So instead of running two smaller heats, we've got all 5 boats that are remaining right now out on the water, and they are going to run in our Heat 3A. Coming up on 2 minutes until the start. 2 minutes until the start, but here's the key. The key to this heat is on the far outside, boat number 17, the Miss Renee, they're going to be in lane number 4. And boat number 10, the Freak, they are going to be in lane number 5. Those two boats, if they simply finish this heat, they will run in lane 1 and 2 in the final tomorrow. Remember, we have been talking about how you win your way in the Grand Prix class. If they can win their way into an inside lane and lanes 1 and 2, if they both just finish this heat. So I'm expecting the two boats on the outside, GP10, GP17, to run extremely conservatively here. They would love to go into tomorrow's final heat knowing they had two inside lanes to deal with. On the other end of the spectrum, watch Jeff Bernard in the GP79 and the GP15 with Greg Hopp, Harnack as well. Those 3 boats should really be pressing forward in this one. Again, they are still trying to get to an inside lane, but if the 17 and the 10 just finish, they will be in lanes number 1 and 2. 45 seconds now until the start. 45 seconds. Got the 2 yellow boats sitting on the inside. That's Harnack in 1. It is Hop in 2. Then it's Bernard in 3. Awesome Austin Ekret in 4. And on the outside is Kevin Ekret. Again, those 2 boats on the outside lane, if they just finish, they will be lanes 1 and 2 for tomorrow's final heat. But Bernard, so he's fighting for lane 3, the one he's sitting in right now. That's the best he can do if those guys finish for the final. Top end of the race course inside 15 seconds, coming up on 10 seconds, and now it's that time charge to the line. We are coming up on 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, mark. And I think we've got gun jumpers there talking about being conservative. It's under review, but talk about being conservative. Our 2 boats on the outside. If I had to call it from here visually, I would have said they jumped the clock. Meanwhile, our boats are coming off the bottom end of the race course. Jeff Bernard in lane number 3. He's already opened up a rooster tail. There's a good run there on the outside from Austin Ekret, pushing it a whole lot harder than I thought he might. Also on the inside is Greg Hopp. That's the yellow boat. He is running in 3rd place, but he's running on a short race course. Austin Ekret is running really hard on the outside. Ekret, remember, if he just finishes this heat, he will be on an inside lane. I am surprised to see him running this hard. Bernard comes down. He will put 1 in the book. GP79, Black Link Fiberglass Tie Ginger. Jeff Bernard's got the lead, but Austin Ekret doesn't want to let him go. He's going to push him hard on the outside. Then it's back to Greg Hopp, running in the Old Trapper Beef Jerky. He is in 3rd position. And here comes Ekret. Ekret is making a move off the bottom end of the race course. He's going to pull up alongside Jeff Bernard. We've lost Connor Harnack down at the top end of the race course. He is sitting at about lane number 1. They're going to have to know where he is, but radio guys will talk to him. But there's the race, and it's out front. Austin Ekret is on the outside of Jeff Bernard. Bernard's got about 5 boat lengths here as they come off the top end of the race course. Again, surprised to see Ekret running this hard. Bernard comes down. He goes inside Harnack. So does Ekret. And now Bernard's opened it up a little bit, but watch Awesome Austin. He will keep his foot in it, and he will keep trying to push on Jeff Bernard. Ekret running really hard on the outside, trying to run down Jeff Bernard, and he makes it up at the top end of the straightaways. He loses coming off the corner, but he makes it up at the top end of the chute. He's got a lot of top end speed, but not as much acceleration off the turn. Bernard now flies the boat a little bit. Ekert still staying right with him. Awesome. Austin is right there. He's about 4 boat lengths back. This one isn't over just yet. Ekert's coming hard on the outside. There's Bernard. This is the final lap, final turn, and Bernard's going to get it. He's going to bring it down as Austin Ekert's going to run out of real estate here at the end of lap number 3 of our heat 3A. A good run there, and surprising for GP17, the Miss Renee Austin Ekert. Man, he was running hard. We know the boat's fast when it runs. They've just had some problems over the years, but more recently the boat has run extremely well. It has stayed glued together. Greg Hopp will come home in 3rd position. And here comes the guy who just earned himself an inside lane. That is GP10, Kevin Ekert. He comes home in 4th place, but remember, if he was to just finish, he would get himself on one of the 2 inside lanes for the final heat tomorrow. So a good race there, and surprising to see Austin Ekert push it as hard as he did. But he definitely let Jeff Bernard know he was there. I've been talking about the color scheme and the paint scheme on the GP10, the Freak, and you got a really good look at it right there. So there is a lot of conversation here around the monitor with regards to the start of that particular heat, and I think we may be able to re-rack that up as well. There's about 6 referees huddled around a monitor right now, so trying to see if we can get a look at it. So there you get a look at the start. You see the clock up in the upper right. Boom, boom. Those are now. If it's the 3 dashes is when it's 0. So boom. That's not 0 there. There. Ooh boy, that looks like 3 boats across to me. We're going to let the officials take. We're going to let the officials take a look at it, and they're watching it as we are too. But the 3 dashes is the start of the race. Now, I say that, but I'm going to hedge my bet on it. I'm going to say that from an H1 Unlimited standpoint. That's the way it works with H1 Unlimited. You got to have the 3 dashes, but right there, that's not the start. That's the start right there. And if that is correct, and that's Bernard. That's Bernard in 3. He would be the 3rd boat across. So you've got the 2 Ekerts across, and then you've got, boy, it looks to me like if I draw a line across that screen, Jeff Bernard got across that line early. I'm not sure, quite honestly, what that's going to change. Well, what that's going to change is it's going to put probably Greg Hopp inside of Jeff tomorrow. I think Jeff was racing for really lane 3 in the final heat tomorrow. Great job there of re-racking the tape and letting us take a look at it. But I think you guys in the truck are seeing it the same way I am, and that is that Jeff Bernard probably put that GP79 Ty Ginger across the line a little bit early. So you're looking at some of the highlights there from our 3A. We had 5 boats out on the water. 4 of them finished the heat. You're looking at Greg Hopp there as he comes off the corner. And here was Austin Ekert on the outside of Jeff Bernard. That's the Miss Renee on the left side of your screen. Jeff Bernard with the Ty Ginger GP79 Bad Influence Racing on the right. Across the water, on the water, it was Jeff Bernard in the GP79 picking up the victory, but we're going to wait for the officials, as clearly there was perhaps 2, maybe 3 boats across the line early. Not sure if our officials are still looking at the screen, and indeed they are. So they're still looking at exactly what we just looked at. They've just got a couple different looks at it. that they can pull up there. But from what we saw, if I had to make that call based on what I know and what I assume from the 3 dashes being the 0, I think Jeff may have been across the line a little bit early, and that may cost him a lane position in the final heat tomorrow. We will let our officials make that call. So it's been a busy morning here at the Apollo Mechanical Cup at Seafair. We've had some good racing on the water. We've had some issues on the water. Cory Peabody, he's had a rough time today. He was in our first heat, our Heat 1A for H1 Unlimited. He'd never made it out of the first turn. The boat sustained some pretty serious damage, and you're seeing what is going on here on the screen as we are looking at a PBY that's coming in and landing here on Lake Washington as the air show gets kicked off. What that means for us is we are going to step away and let the fans here on the shoreline turn their sights skyward and watch the air show. It'll give us to take time to take a break here. I'm being told that 3 boats got across the line in that last heat, 3A for the Grand Prix America. If that is the case, it was Jeff Bernard being that 3rd boat as we saw it. That looks to be the way it's going to get called as well. But okay. So we are going to wait until we have it official. We do have it official that Jeff Bernard jumped the clock. Yep, I'm being nodded to by the referees that has occurred. Yep. So I think what we are going to wait to do, there's some calculating going on to add 1 minute to the times to see what the exact finish order is. I'm not sure it's going to affect a whole lot, although it might on some level, as we look at an individual crawling out of the nose of that PBY out here in the middle of Lake Washington, and apparently he is going to unfurl an American flag. Just allowing a little personal opinion to come out here on our coverage of the Apollo Mechanical Cup at Seafair. I think that's one of the coolest aircraft on the planet. I love what that thing can do. We had one in the Tri-Cities as well. We had a PBY come in and land on the Columbia River and kind of cruise around a bit, similar to what this is doing. I can't quite see exactly where he is on the race course. I can't see him from here, but he is right here on the crowd on Lake Washington. So what we are doing right now is we are aware of the boats that were legal and not legal at the start of Heat 3A. We knew we had the 2 gun jumpers right out of the box. That was the 10 and the 17. We knew both of those had jumped. Are these official? I have the official results if you would like to include the 1 minute penalty. Nope, that's not correct. Those are not. So what we are doing right now is we are going to calculate the exact finish order based on the addition of the 1 minute penalties to the 3 boats that jumped, but the 3 boats that did jump were the 10, the 17, and the 79. We're going to step away for right now. When we do have those official order of finish to include the 1 minute penalties, we will be back and bring them to you. But for the time being, we'll let you watch a little bit of the air show. Brad Luce here on Start Finish Line. You're watching H1 Unlimited's coverage of the Apollo Mechanical Cup at Seafair, just awaiting final and official results on Heat 3A for our Grand Prix. As soon as we have them, we'll be right back. So don't go away. Stay tuned. Much more racing to come. Hello, race fans, and welcome back to the start-finish line here on Lake Washington. It is H1 Unlimited's coverage of the Apollo Mechanical Cup at Seafair. My name is Brad Luce, and since I was just on the cameras here a few moments ago, I have been busy with the H1 officials and our assistants here. There are a number of them on the tower that are helping us to make sure we have all of the information for you, the race fans, but it is also correct and official information. So I'm able to pass some information along to you. First of all, with regards to the last heat of Grand Prix racing that we had, it was our Grand Prix Heat 3A. It was a 5-boat heat, and we determined, or the officials have determined, that 3 boats indeed jumped the gun. We knew 2 of them had. We knew the GP10, the Freak, had jumped the gun, and the GP17, the Miss Renee. We were not sure about the GP79 with Jeff Bernard. Turns out they did too jump the gun. So we had 3 of our 5 Grand Prix boats over the line too soon, for which they are awarded a 1-minute penalty. We spent the time finding out what their elapsed time was for the 3 heats, the 3 laps, and then adding a minute to it to make sure we had the proper finish order. And the final finish order is our GP15 was the winner of that particular heat. They will take home the victory. That's going to be Greg Hopp in that one. Our second place finisher, despite jumping the gun, was the GP79, Jeff Bernard. Despite his 1-minute penalty, he comes home officially in second place. In third place was Austin Eckert in the GP17. He also was the recipient of a 1-minute penalty, but after you calculate that in, he comes home in third. Our fourth place finisher was the Freak, the GP10. They also had a 1-minute penalty. Again, when you calculate it all in, they are a 4th place finisher in that particular heat. And rounding out our field was the 12, the GP12. They got a did not finish. So in order of their finish, it was GP15, the only legal starter that finished. They come home in first place. Second place to Jeff Bernard, GP79. Austin Eckert in the GP17 is third. Kevin Eckert in the GP10 was fourth. Those were your 4 boats that finished. We also have the official finish order of our Heat 1A and 1B for our H1 Unlimited hydroplanes that was run earlier. We had that the boats had been cleared on the water. There were no on-the-water infractions, but as you know, in H1 Unlimited, the boats have to go through the tech truck. The data acquisition boxes come out of the boat. They go up to Seth Partial, an H1 official in the technical truck. He looks at the N2 and he looks at fuel flow, N2 being the output shaft of the turbine. He makes sure that those are within acceptable limits as defined by the rule book and make sure they did not exceed the 4.2 maximum flow gallons per minute of fuel. They checked all that out, and everything was clean there as well. So the final order of finish officially for Heat 1A at the Apollo Mechanical Cup at Seafair for H1 Unlimited hydroplanes, the U91, the Goodman Real Estate with Andrew Tate. We saw him win on the water. He won through the tech truck as well. Andrew Tate, your winner of Heat 1A. Second place went to the U8, the Beacon Electric, and J. Michael Kelly. He will pick up 300 points for that second place finish. Third place goes to Jamie Nielsen and the U11, the Miss FLAV-R-PAC, the bright yellow and blue hydroplane. They come home in third, and unfortunately a did not finish to U9, the Beacon Plumbing and Cory Peabody. They're not worried as much, however, about the fact they didn't finish that heat, but they didn't finish as a result of some severe damage to the hull during the air show. I'm sure our pit reporters will be all over that story to see if there is a chance that they might be able to race today or even later on this weekend. Final order of finish in Heat 1A, the U91 Goodman Real Estate, Andrew Tate was number 1. J. Michael Kelly, the U8 Beacon Electric, came home in second. Jamie Nielsen in the Miss FLAV-R-PAC came home in third. In the B section, Heat 1B, it was a race between 3 boats, and our winner from lane 1, red, black, and silver, Jeff Bernard in the Graham Trucking, and that had to feel mighty good given all the work that they put forth to get that boat back from damage in the Tri-Cities and back on Lake Washington, and then to claim a heat victory in their first heat. Jeff Bernard brings the Graham Trucking home in first. Dave Vilwok, fresh off that win in the Tri-Cities at the APBA Gold Cup 1 week ago, he comes home in second place, and third place goes to the Spirit of America, the U-21 Gunnar O'Farrell behind the wheel. So I understand we have calculated some national high points to date, and we're going to throw those up on the screen. There, you're going to get a look at them. And if it sounds like it's a tight race or looks like it's a tight race between Cory at 28.09, J. Michael Kelly 27.86, and Andrew at 27.75, the top 5, look down to Dave. He's at 26.19, and Nielsen is at 2,500. Do some quick math there. It's only 309 points between first place Cory Peabody and fifth place Jamie Nielsen. Holy smoke. And considering you get 300 points for second place finish out here, that's about as tight a national high points race as you could possibly have at this point in the season. So Cory gave up a lot of ground in that last heat because he scored 0 points. It's one thing not to win the heat, but it's another not to finish and get a goose egg. That's going to cost Cory Peabody. He still hangs on to the lead, albeit not by very much. 28.09 for Cory. Second place, J. Michael Kelly. Andrew Tate, he came into this weekend in third place. He's still in third place, but he is nipping at everybody's heels. So everything changed dramatically as a result of our first 2 heats. Dave Vilwok sitting there in fourth place at 26.19, and Jamie Nielsen fifth at 2,500. Then it's down to Gunnar O'Farrell in sixth place with 1,400 points. Jeff Bernard checks in seventh place with 890, and you see Brandon Kennedy, driver of the U6, the Miss Madison. We saw him back in Madison, Indiana. He has 225 third place points from the Indiana Governor's Cup on the Ohio River. That is exactly where everything stands right now. It is air show time at the Apollo Mechanical Cup at Seafair. We're going to step away because it's going to get loud here. But understand, when the boats are back on the water, and they are going to be, we've got more H1 Unlimited racing coming up after the air show, and we will be here and cover it all for you. For our pit reporters, Erica Allreed and Brent Hall, for Tanner Faust and myself, Brad Luce, don't go away. We will be back this afternoon with more racing, H1 Unlimited style, at the Apollo Mechanical Cup at Seafair. Up here at the top end, still going slow. See if he's maybe puts his foot down when there is.
Unlimited hydroplanes.
The world's fastest race boats.
10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Really flying the boat. It doesn't get any better than that. They are going to be side by side. This is for the checkered flag.